Hello, welcome to another stream. Oh my god, yeah, Valorant. Oh boy, I didn't get it going though. I tried again actually to get the game started. It's not working. It gives me all the time the same error message. So, I guess there's no Valorant for us. I will try to keep to try it. I want to do it on Wednesday this time again. But I don't know. Maybe we just play something else. Like I'm planning to try again like on Monday probably to get it fixed. Yeah, if it doesn't work, I don't know. Actually, not on Monday. On Monday, it's already the next week. I will try at some point during the weekend. I will check. If it's not possible, then okay. And Valorant. I mean, who needs to play Valorant? Am I right? So yeah, we have to see. We have to see. I will try. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Okay, anyway, I'm talking too much. Welcome to the stream. Today, we will check out why people hate us. We will check out the haters commentary now. We are watching, as always, some today's reaction stream, so we will check out some videos about VTubers and why VTubers are so hated, apparently, or which VTuber is being hated for I don't know what. We have 3 videos. As always, everything is linked in the description. So if you want to watch something yourself, you want to give the video a like, you want to check out other videos of the channel or whatever you want to do, it's as always linked in the description from YouTube. So check it out. And yeah, with this being said, I know what. Don't talk yet. With this being said, we will jump right into the videos. The first video is called Pokimane versus VTubers from Royalty is Here. I think he already made a lot of videos on VTubers, but I'm not sure. I think I saw another video from him, but I don't know. Then a second video we have VTuber loses career over having a boyfriend. The downfall of Goopai, which sounds interesting. Like I wonder. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of VTubers who are making public that they have boyfriends. No, it's not so bad. I think. I don't know, but maybe I don't know. Maybe there was I don't know. Loses career over having a boyfriend. Maybe she was abusive, or what else? What else could happen? Maybe she was like another another VTuber who had a secret relationship. I don't know, and was like obsessive with the fans. Is this word correct? I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. Goopai. I hope I pronounced this correctly actually. And then as last one we have the story of Yaki Risu, the world's worst VTuber. So we are having, we are getting on Pokimane. We are seeing why she hates us, why she hates me. And then we will check out someone losing their career. And then we will check out the worst. And yeah, as always, at the end of the stream, we also have some Japanese learning. So today we will jump into katakana, and we should do a quick practice in hiragana as well, so we don't forget about it. And yeah. Okay, anyway, I'm talking too much again. We are already 7 minutes into the video, into the stream. So let's just get started on the first video, which is Pokimane versus VTubers from Royalty is Here.
I know what you're thinking. More slop for the slop god. I can't believe he's making another video on VTubers.
Okay, I was right. He's Yeah, we did some VTuber video. What is going on here? Why is Coco on the right side? What happened to her? Coco? I don't know what this is. What is this? Is this a country? Then we have Shondo, my favorite, and Chibidoki. Why is she in a jail?
This dude must be riding VTuber dick to the point where you can call him.
No. I will not say anything. I wanted to say something, but he seems like a furry, so I will not say anything.
A quomble or a white knight. But this is probably one of the most recent topics I'm going to discuss on this channel.
Wait, from when is this video? 1 month ago. Okay, it's recent.
I have a
what the
preference
hell?
for defiling fossils, but do be warned, there is a lot more foreplay before we get to the main topic, and I mean a lot more.
Okay.
But since this event happened, it's been clawing at my frontal lobe, and it's regarding a topic I'm very much interested in, the hellscape that is Twitch and streaming.
Yeah.
So get ready for it.
We are there. We are also on YouTube and on Kick. We are on 3 at the same time. And I was thinking about TikTok. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I was thinking about maybe dropping Kick and having TikTok instead. Because I don't know. I want to get started on shorts content as well. But I'm not 100% sure yet how to do it. So in the meanwhile, we will be on Kick. Yeah, okay, there's not so much happening anyway, so yeah.
The school cafeteria lunch, you've got the sloppy joes with no joe but extra slop,
Lava.
some additional fecal matter with very
little yummy
value. But this
I
is
like the iron.
Recent controversy.
What is this outfit? What the hell? Well, okay, well, who am I to judge?
About some of the comments Pokimane has been blasting on her platform. Now just to warm you up about this, we all know who Pokimane is and I've talked about her before.
I know who she is, but I don't know what she did.
A year ago now when I switched to this medium
Whoa! Wait, what?
of content and I just went over
Kick?
all the
Wait, that's where we are.
controversies Pokimane has been a part of and the
Should I stop streaming on Kick right now? Nah, we will wait for TikTok. I have to find out something. I have to find out how we can get TikTok running. Yeah, I really want to test it out, and yeah, I think it will be funny. It should be funny, and hopefully the chat is working there as well.
title was a bit hyperbolic, and to give her the benefit of the doubt, guys, she was right about Bo Blacks.
What? Wait, what was that?
And to give her the benefit of the doubt,
wait, the fall of Pokimane.
She was right about Bo Blacks.
A lot of people don't know this, but the Boblacks, Plushy, the blowbacks, Plushy. What is this? Augie, Plushy Augie got sent. Was not stuffed with cotton, but with pubes. Augie slept with it for 3 weeks until it tore open and he woke up covered in lice. Lots of deep lore to cover. What? I'm gonna do a stream called Grooming of Augie, the lifetime movie of Bowl Blacks. What the hell?
Blacks. She did try to protect us from the
Watch this video first if you want more context. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? A glimpse of the real Pokimane. Should we watch it? Wait, I cannot even click on it. Is it in the description? Where is it? I cannot even click on it. It's nowhere here. Well, okay.
controversy. Come on,
It's
she
fine.
knew the truth all along. Let's give her a round of applause and bring her up on stage.
What? Is she
Now
having a
that is where the
VTuber
benefit
model?
of the doubt ends. Because I think at the end of that video, I predicted these very events, where I said something like, no matter how many controversies Pokimane has been in, you have to admit she tanks them and is a juggernaut at withstanding them, but she will
Yeah, she's still there.
continue to drop herself in frequent controversies. It was something like that, it wasn't verbatim, but I was right. So
Okay.
you suck my above average baby carrot. But it just
What?
genuinely amazed me how quick that prediction was to
Why
come
is she still in
true.
the,
She
this
keeps
outfit?
popping up every few months with a new content.
I'm not a fan of this. This looks a bit weird. I don't know. I'm not a fan of those things. Those things. The rest is fine.
It is something she is
I
unfortunately
hope
known
you
for.
saw my
And
mouse.
yes, you can make the argument she's one of the top creators on the planet. Of course, people are going to be monitoring everything she does under a microscope, similar to people like iShow Speed,
Whoa!
Kai Cenat, Hassan,
America deserved 9/11.
Who's
dude.
Hassan?
Fuck it, I'm saying it.
I don't know
Hassan
Hassan.
Gold,
Oh, I know him. It's the bald guy.
and
What?
XQC.
I don't like stopping videos. I feel bad about it. But the shell on turtles, do they spawn with it?
And you also can make the comment that people are going to be more venomous towards Pokimane because she is a woman. Yes, I think at least,
So what?
10% of the
I'm neutral. I don't care if she's a woman. Wait, this can be clipped out of context really badly. I don't punch anyone. I burn them. Okay, anyway, let's
hate
continue.
she gets is because she is a female. But personally, I think women can drive just as good
Oh.
as men, can lift just as much as men, and
What the hell
personally,
was that?
I think
You didn't even see if it's a woman or not. Could have been a bird.
women can
If you
drive
ask
just
me.
as good as men, can lift just as much as men, and complain just as much as men.
Yes.
Because women are pretty cool. Thank you,
Yes.
thank you. But the thing is, with Pokimane, as mentioned before, the differing factor is how frequent these controversies are, and how most of the time nearing
I like to look around in the rooms of people. I think it's always interesting because I think my room is pretty basic. I think my room is pretty basic. So I like to look around what people, how creative people can get. But this looks as basic as my room, to be honest.
on the precipice of her controversies, she goes down a different route of response than any other content creator.
Okay, what
Most
is she
content
doing?
Creators go down the
She's
serpentine
playing a
route, where they
ukulele?
avoid it as long as possible.
Whoa.
Some just never address it at all and wait for it to blow over. And the only reason
Okay.
they would need to respond to it is if
Content warning. Oh, okay.
it's blatantly wrong, or they do something like, say, a racial slur or racial remark, or more recently, a certain salute where the content creator was intoxicated,
What?
or if their entire
Who's that? What happened there? Oh no, not Logan Paul.
audience has turned against them, and they have to respond, which gives birth to a whole new slew of apology videos. However, Pokimane, compared to other content creators, she reacts to it very differently. First, she says or does something people don't like.
people like this stop is if people like me and my community give them feedback that this is not an okay thing to do. Not
What?
attack them, but I hit a little dislike and I say, this not cool.
Yeah. Don't attack them. But I have to say it's pretty uncool. Hello Alice, how are you doing today? How are you doing? How was your day? How was your Eastern holiday? Yeah.
So double down, and people usually
Oh yeah, wait, is it already Eastern or is it tomorrow? Or is it on Monday? I think it was on Monday, no? Wait a minute. Let me check my phone. Good Friday. Okay. So this is Good Friday and Eastern is on Sunday. Okay, I'm completely lost. Never mind. Never mind.
don't like that as much, and then she'll throw up her hands to surrender, more often referred to as the French hello to any neighbouring
It's Friday.
country.
Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah. It is.
Says how wrong she was and how much she's learned
It's
from
Friday.
the experience, and then she will lend her
Usually today is a holiday, but I worked the full freaking day. It's so annoying. I literally worked like until an hour ago. It's crazy. There was way too much stuff. I was catching up with stuff all the day. But it's finished now, and hopefully I can enjoy the rest of the holiday. I was planning originally to work on a Minecraft server, but yeah. Oh no, it is what it is.
herself in
It
more
is what it is.
controversy not too long after. Like when she criticised Kick and got personally involved criticising and reaching
Oh,
out.
that's what happened. She quit. Wait, what? So Kick is not such a bad platform. Well, it's not the platform. It's the people. I would say. Yeah. It's okay, Akai. You can have a good weekend now. Yeah. That's correct. And tomorrow we have cool streams as well. Wait, what do we play tomorrow? Actually. Tomorrow. Oh, this is the wrong one. Okay. Oh yeah, this was the Valorant thing. I still cannot start the game. It's so annoying. I don't know what the issue is, to be honest. I restarted the PC several times. Tomorrow. Oh yeah, tomorrow we have the collab. Wait, let me check. Did everyone already answer? Amogus, there. Yeah. I hope there will be a lot of people. So far only 4 people responded. Out of like 12. Yeah, let's hope so. And then on Sunday we have Supervive. Tomorrow the collab is really late. So I have a lot of the day actually to do other things. And then Supervive. I don't know how long we will play Supervive. Probably 4 hours or something like that at least. For people is great. No, not for Among Us. For Among Us you need at least 6. I hope we can get all 12 or maybe 10. So we have a big round and have a lot of fun. But let's see how many people will actually join.
Out to people like Valkyrie, who was very supportive of people getting contracts on the platform. And then a few months later, she was in the whole cookie drama.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Which she
Oh, I remember that. The overpriced cookies. When I saw this, I was like, what the hell is this even? What? While what I said was 100% intended to be a joke, I see why it came off as insensitive, and I apologize for that. I also understand the current price of the cookies might be expensive for some, and promise we continue to consider pricing to keep minor as affordable as possible. Do they still exist? Wait. Minor cookies. Minor snacks. It's loading. I clicked on it. No? Oh, okay. I didn't click on it. Okay, they are still there. Pizza crackers. They have more things now. What is this? This doesn't... Get out of here. Ahoy! Oh, get out of here. I want to... It's so hidden. How much is it now? Is it still like 20 bucks? 4 packs. 28 bucks. Dude. That's like $7 for 1 bag. How much is it? For 100 grams. You pay $7. For 100 grams. I don't even know how many there are. Chips and sea salt. Yeah, but how many cookies are in one package? 100 grams? For me, 100 grams is like 5 cookies. 6 cookies, maybe. So it's like you pay more than $1 for a cookie. What? Oh, those are ads. Okay. Wait. I wanna see 1-star reviews. Okay. Shark like taste bad. These are absolutely delicious. I could eat the whole bag, but feel good about these cookies versus grabbing another snack. Thank you. Okay. Room for improvement. Okay, they are not that bad. They are not as bad as I expected. It's only 4 as well. 1. Wait. There are not so many reviews. Wait a minute. There are 137 5-star. 4 1-star. Interesting. I don't know if they delete them. I hope not. But it looks a little bit odd. For some product that was promoted by one of the biggest influencers to only have 160 reviews. I see products on Amazon who haven't been promoted by anyone who have more reviews. It's crazy. Okay, but it's still freaking expensive. What the hell? I don't want to spend 7 turkeys on that. Yeah.
He apologized for shortly after and then made light of the whole situation.
We're doing a promotion today.
Oh my god. A promotion for what?
It is not a broke boys Black Friday sale.
Then found herself in
What?
the next controversy a few months later, criticizing streaming platforms again, citing bigotry and red pill bullshit, but then moves to YouTube, which with the problems she defined in that video, would be like saying you hate the French and then moving to Quebec, Canada.
Damn.
Yes, I'm going
What?
to continue to make fun of the French, but the point is she
Okay.
makes an oopsie doopsie, doubles down, then apologizes, then not long after finds herself in the mouth of an American bulldog that is the scrutiny.
Why is there a
of the
VTuber
internet.
avatar?
I think in my
Is
previous
she
video I made
having a
somewhat of
VTuber
timeline
avatar?
for
I
how
never
frequent
saw her
controversies
VTubing.
were, but some people think she does this to keep her name in the mouth of the internet.
Never.
Due to the fact it's like every few months we get a new Pokimane drama.
Hmm.
And some people think the stuff that comes out her mouth is just rage bait at this point. I
Stop
don't think
using the
that
same
is true.
footage. Stop it.
I think if she was doing that, it would be like shooting yourself in the foot every mile. I think it's just a majority of the time she has a differing opinion than most people. And most of the time her opinion stays the same throughout most controversies. I mean,
Okay.
call me crazy, but the one in 2024 is exactly the same as the one in 2025.
She released the pizza things?
Unless she's found the perfect G-spot to make people angry, and said things she's never gone back on. I think that's just genuinely her at that point.
Wait, 2025? This is this year.
I just don't know why every time you go to Discord and go to the GIF section and you type in Pokimane, it comes up with the most depraved compilation of this woman. Like,
What-
it is
like
enough
what?
to induce shell shock. But you're all brought
Huh?
up to...
I didn't see it. Wait. Tomato. I'm gonna do this myself then. If he's not gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. Tomato. How can I make this? I need to hide some discords where I'm in. Okay. Not because it's secret, but well, it's secret, but it's nothing bad. It's like I'm on my work Discord right now. Wait, with my personal account. So I don't want you to see my work Discord. Okay. We are on the Vizora. Oh wait, I have to screen share. I have to... yeah. We are on the work Discord. On the Vizora Discord. Okay, let's see. Gifts. Pokimane. Okay, there's a Pikachu. There's what does this one say? You ain't funny. But this looks really old. What the hell? Wait. Oh, now I understand. Now I understand. What the hell is wrong with the people? What's wrong with you? What the hell? You could invest that money somewhere else, you know? Okay, no. Wait, what? What did I do now?
Date now because Pokimane gave us the 3-for-1 special recently, which was 3 stages.
What? She's diving, then she makes a podcast, and then she reacts to XQC.
Statements the internet really didn't like. One was that people that didn't like Kendrick's Super Bowl performance were all white
Wait,
people.
everything
I'm white.
in 1 year? In this year already?
I liked it. I think it was the most entertaining dance on someone's grave I've ever seen. And
Okay.
I don't think your music taste has anything to do with your colour of skin. The second was with XQC and was more of a little blood gulch scaremitch more than anything. She made an obscure claim that he didn't.
A what?
XQC and was more of a little blood gulch scaremitch
What is that?
more than anything. She made an obscure claim that he didn't get the entire 100 mil that he was offered and was advertised all over by every news outlet. But the comments citing she
Okay.
had news behind the scenes, like she has a backdoor in the streaming world that
Mhm.
wasn't entirely 100 mil given to him, it was given in equity as well. But XQC refuted this by saying there was only 3 people that knew about it, including him, his agent, and Kick, all under an NDA. Then we move on to the most damning and what this video is about. It only took
Okay.
about 7 minutes.
But push-ups and family matters were good. Push-ups and family matters? Ah?
To get here. She made the comment that there's not really a lot of females like Kai Senet are.
But unfortunately, there aren't many huge female streamers, at least not on Kai and Speed. What do you mean? We have Iron Mouse. What do you mean? Pokimane says that the streaming scene is becoming more male. What do you mean? There are a lot of female VTubers on the top. You have Iron Mouse, you have... but I don't know on Twitch. On Twitch, Iron Mouse, 100%. I don't know about... Who else is there? I don't know, I would have to check. I was about to say Bao and Valkyrie and so on, but I don't know how much they are on the top actually. But I'm pretty sure they're pretty high up there. Emiru as well. Emiru is really big as well. Yeah. But I can the issue is I can only think of the people that I'm working with right now. So I should not say everyone's name and yeah. But there are some, and also like Kaisenat and Speed. I mean, both of them are big right now because they do a lot of content. They do creative things. Like look at Speed. He's traveling like to different countries and doing a lot of streams there. He's like going to different places and entertaining. Same with Kaisenat. I mean, did you see his streams? They're entertaining. It's Akai, but in real life.
I show Speed in terms of popularity.
I'm pretty sure if a woman would do it, it would be just as popular. Like, yeah.
Basically insinuating streaming is becoming more
Crazy.
male-dominated. Now, Aisha Speed and Kai Sana are at the top of the streaming hierarchy.
Yeah.
Always doing something innovative.
Yeah. What I said.
It seems like Kai has a new celebrity on every stream, and Speed is in another country every week.
Yeah.
Both making liquid content and putting countless hours into what they do.
How many times do we want to play this freaking clip?
Stop the liquid rim job there.
What is this?
They both got there on their own accord, their own efforts. But the main problem with the comment many people found was the fact there are technically females on the same level as these two.
Yeah.
In fact, you could flip the tables and say this community is mainly female dominated.
Yeah, I can say this in VTubing. We are the minority.
And that is VTubers.
Hello.
Okay, so it's okay
It's
when I'm
me.
a white nationalist, but when I'm homophobic, that's where you draw the fucking line.
Yes.
Okay, some of you are questioning my previous statement. Name me one VTuber that is a male and not a femboy.
Me? I'm not a fanboy. I at least I don't know about it. Me, myself.
Okay, name me 5. And
Okay, I can do this as well. Me, 1. Kaze, 2. Vox, Akuma, 3. Oh. Who else do we have? Wait, are the Holo people, are they still there? I don't know if they're still streaming. I think they left already. The guy, the old guys. Okay, but I don't know other. I know some. Myself, Kaze, Vox, Luca, I don't know his full name. Luca, the blonde guy from Niji. Then there's Uki, the racist guy. Was he racist? I don't know if he was racist. I think he was the one with the white people, right? Was it him? I think so. So yeah, 5. There you go.
And I'll even give you a small amount of time to think.
Oh, don't worry, I already made it. I stopped the video. I needed more time to think.
You done?
Yes.
Okay, you're a loser. But
What? Why?
problems people had with this statement is the fact she's blatantly wrong. Female VTubers have very
Yeah, look. Oh, Pekora. But Pekora is on YouTube, not on Twitter. Wait, okay. Yeah, Pekora, Mikochi. Wait, they are bigger than Iron Mouse. What? I didn't know that. I don't know what the fourth is. Then we have Subaru. Is this Waku? No, it's Mira. Isn't it? Is it Mira? Am I stupid? Am I blind? I don't know. Then we have Emiro, of course. Amorant, I don't like her, to be honest. But that's a personal thing. And I don't know the other girl, to be honest. I think Niji Sanji have male VTubers. Yeah, they have a lot of male VTubers. They have a lot of them. But I don't know all of them because I don't watch Niji.
very much infested streaming platforms since 2020. And people like Iron Mouse rivaling Kai Cenat and even taking over his sub record at one point, which indirectly benefited him because it gave him an excuse to make another subathon, which many people enjoyed. And it didn't even happen
what's going
that
on?
long ago. You have VTubers like Chibidoki,
Yeah.
Fillion, and even Shando.
Oh yeah, Philly.
All of
Yeah.
which I can't get off my YouTube shorts or Instagram reels. Please help me. And you also have Gura Gura and the whole Hololive scene.
This didn't age well. This did not age well. Yeah. Yeah, we have Gagua. Yes. Yes, we do. She will never be gone.
And the top female
Oh! Tomodachi. I know that song.
reels,
The
please
Tomodachi
help me.
song.
And you also have Gura Gura and the whole Hololive scene. And
Yeah.
the top female streamers of Twitch being VTubers.
Twitch and
doing
YouTube. Yeah.
absolute numbers and increasing each year. Once again, poor male VTubers.
Wait, no, none of the ones that I said is there. Who are those people?
With some
Who are
people
those?
putting
What? Top female streamers. Arima. Oh, those. It's the same list, no?
thousands of hours
Wait, it was not Valkyrie. Wait, who is it then? Valkyrie is not at the top? I thought Valkyrie would be also pretty high up there. Well, okay, that's fine.
into their streams. And many female streamers are choosing to become VTubers.
Yeah.
Starting off as a VTuber or just
Oh.
becoming one. Even Pokimane tried it at one point. Because you have the added benefit
Wait, but why did she stop then? Didn't she like it? Wasn't it good enough? She didn't want it to stay?
of not being judged for the way you look. And half the people can't make the comment they're only attracted to you like a monkey bomb due to your
What?
appearance. Most people are there for your personality. Some people will be cranking
Yeah.
out to your stream right now, VTubers. Which, yeah, there is a culture on Twitch,
The Twitch-
when many female streamers get the comments made towards them that they are Twitch thoughts due to the actions of other streamers.
Yeah. I still don't know why the Twitch rules are so weird. A VTuber cannot have a bikini outfit. Meanwhile, this is happening. On YouTube, this will be blocked. On YouTube, this will be... You will be gone off the platform. This is crazy.
But this completely negates that. And too many people only watch streamers that do a face cam. The top 100 streamers, a majority of them have a face cam. Predominantly
Yeah.
due to the reason that you can relate more to the person when you can actually see their facial reactions.
Hello.
But not a lot of people want to do that. A lot of people want to stay anonymous. Either
Exactly.
for their own safety, or if you're a little munchkin.
I'm an anonymous dragon. Because... You know what happens if people find out. Right? You know what... Oh, this was the wrong one. You know what happens, right? You burn them. Exactly. That's what we do. Sadly, Kai got banned. Wait, what? Why?
Like Shondo, who recites war crimes on her streams.
I love Shondo. She's so funny.
No, Hitler's my friend. He wouldn't do that.
And just
Anyway,
not want to
let's
be
continue.
recognized in public. VTubing makes it possible so you can connect with your viewers and potentially just be yourself. You get to be a cute little anime girl. Half of you want to be that. And it's
Exactly.
popular. A lot of females have seen these benefits and are doing VTubing because of those benefits. And a lot of females, due to VTubing, are starting their own streams. And you have definitely seen a rise in female
this
streamers
looks
who are
cute.
slowly but surely clawing their way to the top.
Wait, what? Which flag is this? Is this Cuba? Iron Mouse is from Cuba? Wait, what? And why is one flag completely black? Is she a pirate?
It's just going to take
What
a
the
bit
hell?
more time and patience. And it's unfair to make this comment when female streaming is
Hello,
making
hello
great
Candy.
progress
How are
than
you
it
doing
has in
today?
years. When gaming first started, it was all
Wait, I haven't checked if chat is working. Is chat working? Yeah, it is working. Okay. I got worried for a second. How are you? I'm okay. Today is a holiday, but I had to work the full day. But now I hopefully will be free for the next few days, hopefully. So yeah. And now we can stream, so I'm good. Like, yeah. Streaming is my coping, to be honest. It actually is. It actually is. You cannot believe how miserable I was when I was not able to stream in Portugal. The true face of Akai is like the forms of Pluto? I cannot read. Boah. That's cringe. Nah, it's fine. I am real, as you can see. I can move. I can... What else can I do? I can... wink. This looks weird. Okay. I can take my glasses off like a normal person, you see? I can take my clothes off if you want. I can make fire as everyone. I can grab my sword and draw it. Or not draw it. You can give head pats. Yeah, on YouTube there are no emotes, unfortunately. But if I go on Twitch, wait. I'm gonna put it in the chat. In the Twitch chat though. Because on YouTube we don't have them at the moment anymore. Shut the matter. Is this working? There. Wait, is it moving in the chat? It is. It is moving in the chat. Look, that's the headband we have. We have not unlocked it yet on YouTube, but it will come out eventually at some point. I didn't realize you wear glasses until now. Really? I look really different without glasses. Look, it's another person. So yeah, crazy world.
always male dominated, and that went hand in hand with streaming platforms. So once again, it is going to take some time for that to fully change.
Marvel
but it has made
Rabbits.
dramatic.
I was planning to stream it a little bit again, but I played a little bit of rank and then I was like, okay, never mind. I will not. My mental well-being. I will not put my mental well-being into this game anymore. Maybe we play it at some point again, but I don't know when. I wouldn't put it there at the moment. Akai is like Clark Kent. Who's Clark Kent?
Changes over the past 10 years.
This is
and
a
this comment
person I
just
need to
kind of
know.
overlooks that, and nobody can be like Kai Senna and fucking iShow Speed. They are out of their fucking mind. And even if we went with the assumption Pokimane was not talking about VTubers, who we all know are actually not women, they're 300-pound men with a voice changer.
What?
I know what kind of man you.
What? Wait, I need to find the right button.
I don't use a voice changer.
Oh my god, I love this. Oh god, wait. How deep can I go?
Okay, this sounds... Do I sound nice? Do you like me? Oh my god. I sound actually like the devil. I'm evil. Do you see those horns?
Okay, let's go back to normal. Okay. What just happened?
You still have content creators like
I still like you in this in every Dragon Realm. Okay,
QT
that's
Cinderella,
nice.
who made and hosted the streaming awards, which many people watched. You have Emeru, who is in the top 100 streamers. You
Yes.
have Maya Higa, who's making content on a farm.
What?
And even Pokimane herself, which most people know. All of which, yes, you could say aren't on the same level as Kai Sena, but are making ripples throughout the streaming
Kiwawa!
sphere. But then again,
I can
what she
see my
said could have
Oshi
just been
there.
an offhand comment, like her previous two this week.
What did
that
she do?
maybe she didn't fully mean.
Oh yeah, he haven't said yet what she did. Wait, we are 12 minutes into the video. What did she actually do?
But the VTubing community saw it very differently because
Why is it Pokemon versus VTubers? Wait, what? Pokemon responds to cloud chasing backlash for using VTuber model? What?
it was something. It was definitely something. Imagine Hiroshima times 2. That was the reaction from the VTubing community. And many of the VTuber fans acting like Pokimane had personally gone out of her way to...
Why? If she wants to be a VTuber, let her be. To be honest, I'm on her side on this one. If she wants to be a VTuber, just let her be. What's the issue? I mean, why not? If she wants to be a VTuber, let her be a VTuber.
to face their Oshis, which in VTubing terms, that's like their VTuber deity, with most responses from the VTuber fans being a clip of Shondo that fit the situation like two Tetris L shapes fitting together, but was just unhinged.
There are the times we don't like real women anymore.
What?
What, you mean these virtual women go online and make money and I have to spend 3 hours putting makeup on? Yep. Get over it, whore. Your days are over.
Oh damn. I don't know who, but I remember an EO live streamer mocked Iron Mouse. I think it was Pokimane. Really? Why? Does she know Iron Mouse? I have huge respect for Iron Mouse. This woman is insane. Well, insane in a good way. I have huge respect for her.
Your womb is drying up.
I don't watch her streams, to be honest, but yeah, still huge respects. You can respect a person without watching their streams.
But many of the responses being very alike, just saying, you know, Iron Mouse exists, Gura exists, and other VTubers. But the VTubers themselves had something to say about it as well. You have Rev, who is the VTubing version of Moist Critical. He even has the long hair and ponytails, but he made a video with a title that must have been like a moth to a flame for both the Poki haters and the Poki supporters. But their opinion was similar. She did forget about female VTubers that are taking over the scene. You had Rev reacting to Pokimane and every VTuber reacting to that VTuber saying the same thing, saying she is not considering female VTubers or isn't considering VTubers to be female. Some even saying she's simply out of touch and only saying this because people no longer watch her.
So she made a VTuber model and then she hated on the VTubers. If I got this correctly. But this is just stupid. Like if she wants to be a VTuber, I would be like, okay, let her be a VTuber, you know? But don't hate on them while you are a VTuber or after you are done with it. What the hell? Iron Mouse was just doing a normal stream and the real life streamer joined the stream on her and just made fun of Iron Mouse, calling her an Uwu girl and mocking Iron Mouse for what she was talking about. The heck? I would just ban that person. I would just ban that person. That's crazy.
To the fact she's not even in the top 10 female streamers anymore.
I don't think I would make a big thing out of it, to be honest, as well. The community maybe. But I would ask really nicely to not attack that person. If I would be in that position. Because I don't care about it. At the end of the day, you are doing your stream, you are having fun. If another person comes to ruin it, just kick them out. If they don't wanna watch your stream, they can leave as well. You know. The stream I was doing was talking about sassy anime plots. Oh. Sassy anime plots. What sassy anime did... Okay, maybe I should not open that box. I did watch some actually. Okay, anyway, let's continue.
It does what Pokimane does.
Yeah.
And I don't fault her for this, alright? I'm not like...
What's wrong,
I'm not
Keeper?
like, oh man, this dumb bitch, how dare she? You guys gotta understand, like, her cycle is...
But what did she do? Did she hate on you? Why she was a VTuber? Or is it just she put on a VTuber model for a stream?
So basically, you had everyone in
I
the
still don't get the
VTuber
full
community just
picture.
constantly dunking on Pokimane.
Oh, damn.
She was somewhat wrong with what...
Wait, this was my Discord. I was like, wait, why are there Discord sounds? Wait, let me mute this. Mute site. There we go.
What she said, but this just teaches you to never associate yourself with someone that likes VTubers or indirectly say anything about the VTuber community because you better have stretched those asshole flaps with that Magnus butt plug because
What is
they aren't
this
going to loop
poster?
you up when they go in. But even on different fronts, Pokimane just couldn't catch a break. People were posting pictures of hair from like 6 years ago not wearing makeup. And you had people sharing the sentiment that, yeah, people don't watch female streamers because it carries the stereotype of OnlyFans and just being...
Wait, what? Yeah, because girls like Pokemon are annoying as fuck. Because women streamers are just only... Not every woman is an OnlyFans girl. What the heck is wrong with you? With zero talent, but just got lucky in the gene pool. Those comments are just haters. I would ignore them.
Over-sexualized. We also had drama alert adding to the bonfire that was the public outdoor toilet of shitting on Pokimane, saying she had just basically fell off.
What did she do? Wait, I need to rewind. Maybe I missed something.
Indirectly say anything about the VTuber community because you better have stretched those asshole flaps with that Magnus butt plug because they aren't going to lube you up when they go in. But even on different fronts, Pokimane just couldn't catch a break. People were posting pictures of hair from like 6 years ago not wearing makeup, and you had people sharing the sentiment that, yeah, people don't watch.
Okay, so she made a VTuber model, then she stopped, and she was complaining that VTubers doesn't have to put up makeup and stuff like that, and they basically just stream without makeup and can do what they want. So that was her comment, basically. She was hating on VTubers like that. And then everyone got angry and was like, yeah, so what? But I don't know why they write things like this then. Like, it's still a little bit too much in my opinion. Maybe I'm just a chill guy, but I don't know. This is dumb on both sides. Yeah, that's what I think. Like, it's stupid of her to say it like that. I mean, okay, let people do what they want. And then again, from the other side as well, stop hating. You are not better than Hero if you're hating like that. If you want to criticize, then criticize, but don't hate. Maybe we gotta watch reverse says Desu video. I lost my brain cells. Yeah, same.
Female streamers because it carries the stereotype of OnlyFans and just being over-sexualized. We also had drama alert adding to the bonfire that was the public outdoor toilet of shitting on Pokimane, saying she had just basically fell off. Making the comment she herself has not put any effort into hair content on the same level as Kai and Speed. And this whole situation has nothing to do with gender, simply just how much effort you put into streaming. And the latter part I agree with. You've seen females put efforts into their stream and bear fruit from it. Like once again with the streaming awards and female VTubers releasing things like music and animations about their lore or even content.
Stop showing freaking Gua, please. I cannot take it. But I like my Oshi.
Concerts, but we won't talk about that one VTuber concert. But even if it is mostly the agency doing most of this work, all of which are still once again making waves in the
Didn't know Pekka is so big actually.
streaming world, and a lot of which are on their way or have already matched Kai Senet's and Speed's numbers. But the comment does potentially discredit most of the female progress that has been made on the platforms, VTuber or not. But once again, I don't think she went out of her way to on your Oshi's face or to get back into the light of the internet. I think she's either still conforming to her own rhetoric she made a year prior, or there was a bit of naivety when she made that statement.
I'm really confused there, to be honest.
Think VTubers are females. Probably that, to be honest. Once again, whilst you're enjoying your VTuber, their 2-foot-long subway sub-penis is gracefully swinging with a gentle breeze under their desk. But in conclusion, Pokimane probably
what is going on?
didn't consider or forgot about VTubers when she made that comment. Once again, don't prod the VTuber community, it comes with thorns. There's probably going to be another Pokimane drama in approximately 4 months, and this is the last time I will ever utter the name Pokimane. This was just a video I wanted to make about the situation, and bye-bye.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I didn't get anything, to be honest. I'm still confused. What the heck are those thumbnails? Okay, let's get out of here.
Have you ever?
I'm still confused, to be honest. I kind of got a clue what's happening, but it's still I don't really get why people are hating so much. Like, okay, but yeah, maybe I'm just a chill guy. I don't know. I wanted to say be innocent today. He said that. Damn, I get it, but I don't get all the fuss about it. Yeah. Okay, next video for today is probably something that has to do, I don't know with what exactly. I mean, it's Goopai. And the video is called VTuber loses career over having a boyfriend. The downfall of Goopai. I don't know who Goopai is. I already said in the beginning of the stream, I think this is probably something about that she's keeping a secret, like having a secret relationship, or maybe she was abusive against her boyfriend and then she got called out, or I don't know what this is about. So yeah, let's see what Goopai is, what the Goopai is.
Have you ever watched someone destroy their entire career in real time? One bad...
Yeah, I saw this 2 times already. As apparently now it will be a 3rd time. What is this? Skill issue? Just make your viewers fall in love with you and don't have a boyfriend in secret? What? A lot of content creators need a harsh reality check. Do not go into streaming expecting others to pay your bills. Treating the community you've built like cash cows is probably why people hate you enough not to come back and why you're struggling to grow as a creator. What? Skill issue? What is she talking about? I mean, I agree with it. You should not stream if you expect other people to pay your bills. At some point, maybe if you grow enough to make a living out of it, but that's usually not the case. You should stream because you feel it. You have the passion for it, like me. You have a coping mechanism which requires streaming. But yeah, okay. I think it's the first thing we said with when we click on the video. So my guess is she's having a secret boyfriend and then comes to public, and then she made that. Okay, and skill should just make your viewers fall in love with you. What? Skill issue? Just make your viewers fall in love with you and don't have a boyfriend in secret. Wait, so she was manipulating her community that she's their girlfriend or something like that. And then she had in secret a boyfriend. That's how she had her downfall. In the Spanish community, a female streamer who doesn't want to have a boyfriend just to make more people watch her. My coping mechanism is a secret? Really? Why? I wanna know. My coping mechanism is streaming. I'm here right now. I'm coping right now. Right now at this really moment. Hi, you can support me? Okay, so she's probably having a secret
Take
boyfriend.
turns into 2, then 3,
You do?
until
Of
their
course.
reputation is set on fire in a blaze of ego, hypocrisy, and self-sabotage. That's exactly what happened with Goopai,
What is she? Is she a dog? With blue hair?
a VTuber who preached against parasocial content while secretly building one of the most dangerously obsessed fan base in the community.
Damn. Okay, so it's what we kind of already figured out. So she's having a secret boyfriend while manipulating her community. This is crazy.
For months, she mocked other VTubers for monetizing fan relationships,
What the
shamed
hell?
women for taking
This is fan
donations,
art.
and clowned on creators with secret boyfriends. But the entire time, she had one too. And while her
That's
parasocial
crazy.
antics
What is this? Okay. 2025. This is from this year? 2 weeks ago. This is from this year? Wait, this is like 2 months ago. Hold on, I'm trying to focus. I'm suffering from severe derail withdrawals. Whatever that is. I went to Asian countries. I first went to
were
Korea.
bad enough,
Okay.
her downfall wasn't just about leading on fans, it was about picking fights she couldn't
It's a cute hamster though.
win. Because somehow in the middle of it all, she
What is
also
this?
decided to go to war with a plushie maker. This is the story of how Goopai
Wait. I think I saw this on Twitter. If it's the person who I think it is, it's someone who complained about making a fake plushie or something like that. Even though the plushie maker is like, you know, he's I think, what was it again? I already forgot. But I think it was something like he was doing it for free for people who wanted it. And she complained and made like drama around it. Is
built
it
an
her?
empire on contradictions,
Is it the
cruelty,
plushie
and
girl?
obsession, until it all collapsed in the most ironic way possible. This wasn't
Okay.
new behavior for Goopai. She had a long track record of controversies, jumping
Okay.
between different online identities, going by names like Zuba, Anon to
Zuba.
Nona, and Francel. But of all of these
What was the last one?
is going by names like Zuba, Anon to
Zuba,
Nona,
Nona,
and Francel.
Friendcell. Oh, okay. Like incel, but Friendcell. That's some crazy name. That's a really crazy name.
But of all of these personas, her Zuba account was especially infamous, constantly
Okay.
pushing boundaries and leaning into unhealthy dynamics with her audience.
Like
One
what?
of the clearest examples, her frequently asked questions section where she was
Hmm.
shockingly open
Hello, my name is Goopai. Some might know me as Zumba, and I'm a silly person online. I'm also a silly person, but not like you probably. Also your girlfriend. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm sorry. VTuber Twitter, Thinking Twitter, YouTube channel, Discord. Okay. So she's having two... Wait. She's having a VTuber herself and a real persona herself? Question mark. Okay. This is crazy to be the girlfriend of your community. No. This is crazy. What the hell? And then she had secretly a boyfriend as well at the same time. That's some really power social shit over there. What the hell? Friends say why someone would hate on friends. I don't know.
about the kind of fan interactions she encouraged.
She even put her freaking Gmail there. What the hell?
A fan app
What? FAQ below. How old are you? I'm born in 2000. Oh, she even tells them her real age. That's crazy. Okay. So she's 25. Or 24. Depends on when she was born. Can we send you intimate... What? Is this real?
Can we send intimate photos of ourselves? Pics, cum tributes, etc.
Don't ever send stuff like this to anyone, by the way.
And instead of shutting this down,
The internet never forgets. So yeah, be careful with what you send to people.
she enthusiastically responds, "Yes, you can, heart emoji."
No, you can't. I'm more than okay for being... No, you are not okay with that. What are you
I'm
saying?
more than okay with them being sent to me. I
Yeah, I'm
enjoy
scared.
seeing them. And
I'm
I also
scared as
archive
well.
them just to let
Is this safe to watch?
you know. It's worth noting
What?
that she enjoys seeing them. And I also archive them just to let you know.
What? What? What is wrong with this person?
It's worth noting that she kept records of everything. And honestly,
But was she actually doing it or was she just pretending to? That's what I'm interested right now. Because this is crazy. If she actually did it, then it's even more crazy. Actually, both. I mean, both is super crazy, but like, what the hell?
that just sounds like a blackmail disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah.
But you know what's really a disaster waiting to happen?
What?
My attempts at cooking. Seriously,
What?
if there were records of that, I'd never live it down. That's why I stick with Factor, because their chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals mean I don't have to worry about burning my kitchen down. They're fresh,
What?
never frozen, and ready in just 2 minutes, so I can skip the stress of meal prep and just eat. With over 30...
What? Huh? Hey, this looks weird. I'm gonna check this out right now. Where's my QR code scanner? There. Okay, let's see. What is this about? Let's check this out. Open. Okay, so factor 75. I have to enter my zip code over here. Okay, they will probably not deliver here, but sure. So we can't deliver to you right now. Oh, okay. Never mind. They don't deliver on the mountain, apparently. Factor sponsor of the chat. Of the chat? Do you know them? Did you already order from them? Are they good? This, for me, it looks a little bit weird. It looks like packaged food. What they try to sell as not packaged food. But I don't know.
35 meals per week, including keto, calorie smart, vegan, and protein plus. I always have something delicious and actually good for me. Plus, they have snacks, smoothies, and more to keep me going throughout the day. So skip the takeout trap and fuel up for your goals. Get 50% off and free shipping on your first Factor box using my link. Click the link.
Is it like a delivery? Like, is it like, I don't know, Domino's? Like they prepared for you and then they come to your house? Or what is this? Yeah, shell people will just let people sponsor people here. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, the real Dragon Ryu on the streets. The street Ryu. The street Ryu. That's how I make a living. I connect clients with VTubers, for example. I go to them and... okay. I go to them, I'm like, oh, do you have anything interesting? And they are like, yeah, we have this. We are looking for creators for promotions. And then I go to them and I'm like, hey, we have $20,000. Do you want to take this offer? And then they are like, no, we want this much. Then I say, no, I can pay this or I will leave. And then they say, okay, we will take it. And then we record it and then it lands in this video. Basically, TLDR how it works.
Link in the description below or scan the QR code with your phone. But now, let's go back to Goopai.
But I never heard of Factor, to be honest.
She made it also very clear that she didn't just see her fans as supporters, she saw them as boyfriends. In her frequently asked questions section, she stated that she didn't want to post these pictures publicly because they were meant to be private between...
Yeah, duh. If anyone sends them, do it in private chat. Don't do it in freaking public chat. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? These YouTubers make sponsors to things I didn't even know existed. Yeah, I don't even know what this is. I mean, it doesn't even transport things to my mountain. So I don't even know if it's packaged food or if it's like a delivery thing, like Lieferando. I don't know. But I don't know.
Her and her audience. I don't want to reply because it'll be public and I don't want anyone else to see your precious parts. If it's okay for me to be greedy, yeah, I'll be part of my collection if that's okay.
Why is she writing like this? Why is she writing like this? Write like a normal person.
Okay, I'd use it for my own material if that's
What do you mean you have all material? What do you mean?
okay. I don't want to film my
No, it's not okay.
blog with those photos because they're just private fun between me and you.
What the hell?
I really enjoy everyone's photos so far. Thank you so much.
This is crazy. This is actually crazy. How many followers did this person had? This is actually insane. There's no way she's having more than like 10,000 followers. This is actually insane. Is this some kind of hub? Yeah, this sounds like it's from the Pomu hub. Right out of the Pomu hub. This is crazy.
And here someone asked, any kind of pic you would enjoy? Maybe muscles, maybe butts? And she says, I like anything you want to present to me. I do like seeing bulges and seeing you pleasure yourself with a background of cozy bed sheets. If you wanted to know my preferences,
don't say those things in my stream. Don't do
she
this.
didn't just flirt with her fans.
Oh my
she
god.
treated them like they were in an actual relationship with her.
Yeah, this is crazy.
She actively leaned into full-scale girlfriend experience content,
What
going
the
as
hell?
far as posting personal photos of her and sharing intimate messages.
Do you want to cuddle? I want to be the little spoon.
What? I'm sorry, I had to laugh because this is so cringe. being on a Discord call with how many people like that? This is crazy. What the hell? What the hell? Sorry. I don't have anything against people who do this on a Discord call, but don't do it with like 20 people. What the hell? What the hell? Sorry, love VTuber, but la la la, I can hear you. Yeah.
But I also want to speak in your ear. But
What?
I also want to put my face
What do you
on
mean?
your
We have a
armpit.
headphone on.
You stink. I'd sniff you.
What?
As well as detailing every aspect of her life. Even
What? What? 150 LB. What? Is this afterpoop.jpg? What? What is going on? We are 4 minutes into this video. I don't know if I can do 35 minutes. This is crazy right now. What the hell is going on?
her weight after going to the bathroom?
Yeah.
She also went above and beyond to prove she was always available for them, such as sleeping in voice calls with her fans so they wouldn't suspect she had a boyfriend. And
you can't just put something on loop. What do you mean? You can be in a Discord call and then you record yourself sleeping, maybe for like an hour, maybe 2, so no one noticed. Then you put it in a loop. Maybe you cut it a little bit, you know, or you record it one day, or you record like 3-4 days and then you play them. Like, you don't even need to be in a call. You can do whatever you want. You can do this and then you can go to Walmart or something. But this is crazy. This is actually crazy. I mean, it's easy to fake, but it's still crazy. What the hell? So, Akai, I'm too sleepy to do so. To do so? To sleep? Ah, to record it? I don't know.
spending hours in Discord voice calls so fans always had access to her. And
That's
then
crazy.
there was her viral rant about dating her audience, where she
Okay.
openly declared that she saw nothing wrong with it, even saying that it was cheating if her fans had relationships outside of her. I'm not
What?
just a streamer, I am in love with my community. It hurts.
I don't wanna king shame, you know, but There's no way this is a king. There is just no way. I'm sorry. There's no freaking way. There's no freaking way. There's no freaking way.
To know on both sides if someone has a relationship, it's literally cheating because I spent a whole day in a call yesterday flirting in Discord.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
And we had a date together.
No, you didn't. What the hell?
This wasn't just engagement farming. This was actively fostering obsessive
Yeah, this is
loyalty.
crazy.
She reinforced this unhealthy attachment with
What?
tweets like, please, I'm begging you, don't watch me or interact with me if you have a girlfriend who doesn't know about me. I feel like I'm getting cheated on. I'm serious. It hurts so much.
This is not okie dokie. Jay Leno did not die for this. Yeah, Jay Leno would be... I don't know what he would do with this girl. This is crazy. What is she tweeting? Look at this. What the hell?
Community
What the
as
hell?
my e-boyfriend. I'm also really lonely, have low self-esteem, constantly forget to take my meds due to ADHD, and have a huge media backlog, which are all things my community helps take care of. I'm doing GFE because it's fun and I want to be really nice to men.
Yeah, sure. Sure. I don't know what GFE is, but I think it's this girlfriend thing that she's doing. But yeah, this is going a little bit too far, you know? So going a little bit too far.
At one point,
A tiny bit, little bit.
she vented on Twitter about feeling betrayed by fans, mentioning their real relationship. Damn, rage bait used to be believable. Unless it's not actually rage bait, because she immediately followed up with, this is not a joke, nor a bit.
What?
She meant every single word. And in another Goopai special, we got, okay, I get really depressed and sad when a cute VTuber on the timelet admits they have a relationship or has
Why?
another guy in their bio because, oh my god, I feel really sad for their fan who really saw them.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's better if they are open with it. It's better if they are open with it. It's better than making a freaking girlfriend experience or whatever you are doing. Or boyfriend experience or however you call this thing. It's called like this, right? Or am I wrong? I think it's called like that. Yeah, and like power social out of the people. I don't know. I have no words for this. My brain is like, what the hell is even going on here? This is insane. This is actually insane. This is crazy. It's better to say it to prevent any misunderstanding of future situation. Exactly. Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, I don't say it as well, but like, I think it's obvious. I think it's obvious enough. I mean, look at me streaming the full freaking day. So yeah, but this is just crazy. This is actually crazy. Like power socialism level to 100 or something. What the hell?
As someone to cure their loneliness. Also, they are the ones who benefit from your following, likes, replies, and chat messages, not to mention your subscription and donations. It's just such a slap in the face to say those types of statements. Her
What do you
obsessiveness
mean?
over maintaining this parasocial hold over
Yeah,
her
Akai is
fan base
Akai and
extended
Alice
to
is
how
Alice.
she managed her
This
community.
is indeed
Goopai
correct.
famously banned the names of every single female VTuber from her Discord server. If
What?
anyone even mentioned an
Is she still having a Discord? I wanna see. Wait, do you know my Discord? Wait, I can show it. Look, wait. You can see it, right? Yeah. This is my Discord profile. It's Kiwawa. It's the Wawa. So I wonder what would happen if I don't know. Maybe I'm trolling a little bit too much. You know? When I see those people doing this, I wanna troll them. I'm like, okay, those persons are awful. Let's make fun of them. But yeah, I don't know, maybe it's too much.
another female creator, their message was deleted and they risk being banned. Of course, no female VTuber could join her server for a while.
Nah, I like the upper.
Got around towards blocking
Yeah.
every female name in my Discord server. Now companions can't talk about other women in my vicinity. I don't even
Really?
know how that
I wanna go on this Discord and invite Takanashi Kiara and see if I get banned. Oh boy. Yeah.
that's
Funny
physically
life.
possible. Surely she forgot at least one female name, right? But when she got pushback on it, where some people pointed out that she could benefit from having female friendships, her fans would defend her, saying, "No, she doesn't need friends, she only needs us." Which really speaks volume about how codependent and unhealthy her community was. And yeah, of course, if you were suspected to be in a relationship, you would also get banned from her
What
server.
does this mean?
And
Oh,
she
there was a translation below.
didn't just control who they could talk to, she also controlled how they could interact with her. On her Ko-fi, she had a $1,000
What? I unban you from Twitch, Tumblr, Discord, and YouTube, and other platforms. What? The hell?
unbanned forgiveness
What?
fee. Yes, you read that right. $1,000 to be forgiven after getting banned. And if you thought her tweets were bad, her
That's crazy.
Discord comments were even worse. One of the most insane example, TBH, the only dick that I don't like seeing.
A 1,000 turkeys? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna censor that one.
Are ones that look really, really dry. It makes me sad. Like I want to
No,
slobber
you don't.
all over
No,
it to
no,
make
no,
it
no,
happy
no, no,
again,
no, no, no,
I
no, no,
guess.
no, no.
What? What made all of this even more insane was that Goopai constantly
I don't know how you can read this out loud. If I would read this, I really felt cringe just from reading, and I was like, oh hell nah, oh hell nah, nah. This will not be on this stream. This is not gonna happen.
attacked other VTubers for behavior she herself was guilty of. She had no problem ripping into other female content creators, especially
What
those
is she
who
doing?
monetize their audience through
So she's a PNG tuber, not a V. Well, it's kind of the same. But what did she do? Fat belly Japanese girl devours seafood in yakitori. What?
emotional connections, did GFE while secretly having a boyfriend, or talked about their mental health
I'm
struggles.
confused.
She frequently mocked female
I'm a
streamers
fanfic lemon reader, but you don't say that out loud. Exactly.
for being too dependent
You can
on their
read it,
viewers
but
and
don't-
shamed them for asking
Don't say it.
for financial support. Never did a donaton subathon. That shits is gay and R-worded.
What?
And one of her most brutal takes.
What do you
imagine
mean?
admitting to your community that you're a broke lord neat who can't work, so you complain about your fake mental illness diagnosis. Pretend to be nice to your biggest oilers, and yet you have a boyfriend and complain that your life is
Dude, how much is she writing?
falling apart. Maybe you deserve it because you're so fat from
What?
DoorDash. At this point, Goopai wasn't just hypercritical. She was the exact thing she
What's
claimed
wrong
to
with
hate.
her?
And that's what makes what happens next so much more ironic.
Oh, she's getting
While
exposed.
Goopai was busy love bombing her
Is she?
fans and controlling every aspect of their interactions,
Yeah.
she also managed to pick one of the dumbest fights in VTuber history. And it all
Oh,
started
okay. She's not being exposed.
because of a plushie. On
Is it the one that I saw?
November
Wait, I
24th,
don't know.
2024, Goopai went nuclear, accusing
Yeah.
a plush maker of stealing her design and demanding
Where's
that
the plushie?
VTubers ban him. Her proof? A plushie of her character.
This is this one. It is the one that I saw on Twitter. It is her. It's a Plushy girl.
One she had never commissioned. At first,
It's
this
the
might seem
plushie
like a
girl.
legitimate concern, but there was just
I saw
one
this on
problem.
Twitter like
None of it was
like 3 months ago or something like
True.
that. 2
the
months
plush
ago.
maker Kusa wasn't a scammer. He was an indie artist
Yeah.
from Vietnam who took custom commissions. A fan had paid him to create a
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, I think he used like leftovers or something that apparently were not used so much. So he was like, okay, let's see what we can do with it. And then a fan of her requested it.
Goopai plushie, and after finishing the order, he had a few extras left over, but instead of tossing them, he simply offered them to other fans. The plushie maker quickly responded to her tweet, clarifying that he had actually been commissioned by one of her fans to create the plushie in the first place. That's it. No mass production, no stolen designs, no shady business. But rather than reaching out privately, Goopai went straight to war. She blasted Kusa on Twitter, rallying her fans to report and blacklist him. And then she tweeted, "He's making AliExpress Timu tier plushies of my character, lol."
Yeah, this is so low. This is so low. I don't get why to mention the heart. What? Did she? I didn't even notice.
The eyes aren't even correct. Gumpai's eye colors is pink, not fucking orange. Again, he just goes server to server, profiting off VTuber characters. And then she proceeded to shill her own merch instead. "Hi, you can support me by the new market merch."
Bro, there's no way. What the hell?
Drop at
I didn't saw that one.
November 25th at 3 p.m. PST. I do get 20% profits. Pretty
My god. What is wrong with this person? She actually reminds me of another person that I used to know. I really broke ties with that person because this person was so freaking toxic. And she had the exact same behavior, and I was like, dude, what the frick? Just leave me alone. I don't want to have any contact anymore. So yeah. Reminds me a lot of another person that I had contact to. But it's not her. I'm pretty sure it's not her. It's not Goopai. It was another person. And I don't understand. Like, those kind of persons are always looking for a fight. And you cannot make it right. You can only make it wrong. Is she the AM of VTuber? The AM? What is the AM? The morning?
pretty good. At least I get profits then compared to this fellow where I get absolutely 0%. It didn't take long for people to fact check her claims,
it's about the
that's when
money for
community
her.
nodes got involved. And from there, things
Wait,
spiraled.
what did you write?
And that's when community nodes got.
This user is falsely accused of being a scammer. In reality, Kusa is an indie toy maker from Vietnam, known for making handmade, custom order plushies. Yeah.
Involved. And from there, things spiraled out of control. Instead of apologizing, Goopai doubled down. She mocked the people who bought the plushies, saying,
"Yeah, this is what I saw. This is what I saw. This is what I saw." And the comments from other VTubers on it. I was like, oh my god. This person is insane. And yeah. No words. No words.
Sorry to those who bought it, but that's kind of your fault. It wasn't vetted by me and it's poorly made. Like, what were you expecting? At this point, most of the internet, besides her extremely loyal fans,
Yeah, this was crazy. And the crazy thing is, I don't know exactly when it happened. I think it was like 2 or 3 months ago. Like around, we have April, right? Yeah. I think it was like around Christmas or something. Like, it's crazy. It's actually crazy.
had turned against her. Even big names, VTubers like Bao, Shondo, and Pipkin Pippa came out in defense of Kusa.
Yeah, I saw some of these. Allied Master Computer.
Praising his work and
Allied Master Computer? Is she the Allied Master Computer of VTuber? I don't know.
calling out Gumpai's entitlement. But instead of stepping back, she went full mask-off mode. She started ranting about Kusa being from Vietnam, saying, "Bro lives in Vietnam. There's no..."
How can you be so lost in life? This is crazy. This is crazy. I didn't know it was the Plushy girl, but... yeah, it's crazy. So she's manipulating her community. She's trying to cancel someone for helping one of her fans out? It's crazy. It's crazy. Actually crazy.
Way he's struggling for extra cash in that country with his business. And then came this absolute gem. You can sell
What?
orange juice with coffee shots for $1 and live off that for a week in that fucking...
What do you mean? What do you mean? Did you study economics? Or what? If you sell it in the US for $1, probably. But in Vietnam you cannot sell coffee with orange juice for $1. There you will probably sell it for like 20 cents or something. I mean, this doesn't even make sense anyway, but I mean, the price change depending on where you go. Oh my god.
Country. What? It would have been a completely different story if he mailed me the extra plushies, but no, he's so profit or...
Yeah. Whoa, what the hell? What is this even? What is this even? Do I even have to pause this and say something about it? This is making me so angry. It's actually making me so angry. Goopai could just play Skullgirls and be on tournaments, but she chose to do this. Yeah.
oriented that he decided...
Actually, let's check. Does she still exist? Wait, probably... Where I have the logging thing again? Wait, whatever. It will be fine, right? Oh, okay, it's fine. For a second I got worried. Okay. Goopai. Wait, she's gone. Or is it her? Is it this one? Does she still... Whoa!
to sell knockoffs to people in my community who have no idea when
I
their
will not
shit
go
will
back
get
to that
shipped.
page.
At this point,
what the hell was
it was
that?
obvious. She wasn't actually mad about
Oh
art
my
theft.
God.
She was mad she didn't get the plush for free.
Okay, not for myself. Don't open random Twitter profiles on your stream. This is dangerous.
She even confirmed it herself, whining, "I didn't even get anything for free."
Goopai has received several things for free, actually. I love those community
But
notes.
Twitter buried her. Community notes
Yeah.
came back with a vengeance, exposing her hypocrisy. She had already received hundreds of gifts through her public wish list, close to 400 gifts from...
What is she putting there? Dance Studio Midwise Jogger. Classic striped leg warmers. What? Crew socks? She's ordering socks and bunny outfit. Wait, what? What is she doing? Cinnamon ID badge? What the hell? She's ordering a lot of stuff from her fans. This is crazy. This is actually crazy.
her fans. And in
But why? Can't you just make... I mean, people can just donate to you anyway. Why? Okay, wait. I don't get it.
in one of her own voice clips, she even bragged about getting a full fucking outfit, as she says.
Chat,
What?
someone fucking, like, I think this is a surprise gift, but they gave me a full fucking outfit. It has,
What?
like, a top and bottoms, and it also has, like, bracelets and shoes,
Do you mean the bunny girl outfit?
and the shoes fit me? What the fuck?
What?
Realizing she had lost, Goopai tried one last desperate attempt at regaining sympathy. She posted this. "I'm getting to by the
What? What? God, please help me. What? This is insane. Goopai is not... Wait, what? Actions shown in these posts? They linked the freaking VTuber, the freaking article from Wikipedia there. What the hell?
VTuber community got
I had to laugh because I can imagine her screaming that out of her lungs, and it makes me a little bit happy because she did wrong, you know. She's getting the karma for it. I like seeing karma. I'm sorry.
please help, which obviously also got community noted. She didn't stop there though, she doubled down once again. I'll always get fucked over by the VTubing community no matter
What are you talking about? You are freaking parasocial psychopath who is trying to get the VTuber community in you, probably literally as well. And then you complain if people cancel you when you do takes like that. What the hell is wrong with you? You are not reformed. Don't put reformed there. You are not reformed. I hate the R word. Shame on that word. All fellas hate that word. The R word? Reformed? Reformed?
what. I get
Or the other word, the bad R word that we saw before.
my design character for profit while not even getting anything for
Why is she saying it the whole time? Why is she saying it the whole time? What's wrong with her?
free. Many such cases, which was hit with the coldest.
Not the other words? Okay, the word after characters, yeah.
Community note fact checked yet. There is no evidence of by anyone related to Goopai. She is receiving backlash due to her own
I love those
comments and
community
entitlement,
notes.
not because of a crime. And just to really drive that point home, they included Wikipedia links explaining the
I love
actual
this.
definition of and criticism. She had officially lost. Her merch deal
Yep.
was cancelled, her followers plummeted, and even her own supporters were turning against her. Her YouTube account went into the negative, yet
Damn.
she continued. I'm only being watched
Wait, how
by
is it in
drunk women
negative? Ah, less. It's less, okay. But it's not... It's not that many people. She had one member. Wait, she had 2 members. Now it's 1. Or gained last. Huh? Wait, total members gained. Those numbers are really different from each other. Ah, 44 people cancelled. I don't know. I'm confused. Whatever.
to the negative, yet she continued. I'm only being watched by drama chasers because
What do you mean? You make the drama.
I'm a woman.
That's not the freaking reason.
If I was a guy, I wouldn't get any attention from my actions.
What are you saying? If I would do the same what you did, people would do the same as they do to you. This is crazy. This is crazy.
People only care about male drama when it's about harassment or
You are harassing your fans. What are you talking about? Do you see what you wrote in your FAQ page? What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell is
You
this?
think that after all of this,
I'm sorry, I'm saying hell a lot right now, but it's really making me angry seeing this. This is so absurd. Absurd. Yeah.
she'd finally stop digging.
This is
But
just
no,
crazy.
she went live on Kick, tripling down on her hate
Oh no.
for Kusa. Instead of walking back her claims, she went even harder. She mocked
Yeah.
her own plushies while stating that the ones Kusa made for Face Connect looked better.
And the plush doesn't even look as good as the Phase Connects one. Like, this one.
Did she even read what the plush maker was saying? I saw the tweet. I know that the plush maker was saying that he used leftover parts. Leftover. They are not fitting because they are leftovers. Oh my god.
One is literally just felt. But the other, like the other, fucking plushies
Whoa.
other people got are like crocheted. And it's like nice. Like, I feel like the people hating on me didn't even look at the plushie. Like this.
What are you talking about? Everyone looked at Plushy. And they are not hating you because you are, I don't know, a female VTuber. They are hating you because you are doing stupid stuff
Plushie is
on the
fucked
internet.
up.
At one point, she even played the victim card, saying, I feel lonely at the top, and then
Yeah, sure.
Then, in a truly delusional display, she declared, "I'm successful now that I have haters." And just when you thought it couldn't get worse, she actually took credit for Kusa's success. Thanks to me, Kusa has clients now. And
I'm not gonna say anything.
to top it all off, she ended this.
I was thinking, but then I was like, nah, I better not say anything. This reaction is way too long already. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm pausing so much because it's making me so angry. I need time to think, to breathe. This is crazy.
Everyone is promoting me. 2025 is going to be the year.
Yeah,
but that
sure.
comment would not age well. After the backlash, things started to simmer down. Until Goopai decided to come back one more time with what can only be described as a backhanded apology. I'm sorry, Kusa, I should have bowed down to your face, connect goodness doll plushie machine, and chilled with the xenophobic comments.
What?
Which doesn't exactly plushie.
Hate will blow over. Eventually they get bored and move on to another target. Keep doing you. What? What is this person saying?
Machine and chilled with the xenophobic comments, which doesn't exactly scream sincerity. But instead of leaving it at that, she immediately spiraled into a full-blown tirade, Kanye West style.
What?
She started rapid-firing a series of manic, nonsensical tweets one after another.
Like
Some
what?
of the highlights included, "I will never be funny again, I promise. I was never funny and I will never attempt to be funny anymore. You're fine, I just had severe psychosis because I got pumped and dumped by an Italian manlet last year. My He-Man regenerates from September, so I had a really bad moment and I can't cope with being a virgin again, so I'm sorry about all my female woman moments. Please forgive me, boss. Can Trump pardon me from my VTubing reputation?" Okay,
What the hell? What is going on?
that one was actually kind of funny. And the best part, she even
But Kane, at least make graduation. You didn't do anything good. Yeah, she didn't do anything good.
acknowledge her manic behavior herself. "My VTuber career is microdosing on having Kanye moments a bit too frequently." At least she was self-aware, just not enough to stop digging her own grave. By now, Goopai had alienated almost everyone. It seemed like she had hit rock bottom. After the Plushy meltdown, the racism, and the Twitter spiraling.
Wait, what was that?
Bottom. After the Plushy meltdown, the racism, and the Twitter spiraling.
What? I haven't been on 4chan in a hot... But we have to read it from bottom to top. Wait, this guy is writing. Hopefully you won't dislike me for sharing my piece. I wanted to write it a long time ago, but I didn't think it was the right time to say it. You're fine. I just had a severe psychosis because I got pumped and... Oh, that's what we just said. I fully allow women and gays and LGBT in my community. I unbanned most people from my Discord server. I will give everyone a second chance. Sure. Also, I'm very left-leaning. If Trump is in office and he's doing all that bad things, I'm a leftist now. What is a leftist? Sorry about the conservative pandering, but I'm all for women's rights and I don't like Republicans. And I think... What? Oh, she's not saying the word anymore. The libertarians are... Huh? Why is she censoring this word if she's saying it afterwards again? Or is this something else? Huh? Maybe they should off themselves. What? I haven't been on 4chan in a hot minute. Actually, since when 2025 started. Trust me, been on Tumblr most of my time. Been learning about LGBT terms. Like boy modding and the like. What is she talking about?
But no, because what really destroyed her wasn't the backlash, it wasn't the leaks, it wasn't even her most unhinged public rants. What sealed her fate was the one thing she had built her entire brand on. She had made her identity about calling out parasocial manipulation. She trashed VTubers for monetizing.
Yeah, but she's doing it from the beginning. From the really beginning.
And relationships, and shamed streamers for hiding their boyfriends. She even mocked one for saying streamers should stop treating fans like cash
we saw this in the beginning.
Laughing, skill issue, just make your viewers fall in love with you and
this
don't
is
have a boyfriend.
This is an insane comment. This is insane.
Secret. Her message was clear. If you're honest with your fans, they'll stay loyal. But guess what? She had a secret boyfriend the entire time. So how exactly did Goopai get
the
caught?
entire time?
Well, her ex-boyfriend Fuza was a viewer turned VTuber that she had dated before her girlfriend experience phase. Once they broke up, she fully committed to the girlfriend experience bit, and she did everything to convince her fans that she was single, sleeping in voice calls with fans to prove that she wasn't dating anyone, spending hours in Discord voice call to always be available, tweeting nonstop about how she was different from other
How parasocial do you want to manipulate your community? She? Yes. This is just crazy. This is just crazy.
VTubers who had secret boyfriends, and she did this for months. But then things started to change. She stopped sleep calling, she stopped hanging out in voice calls, and her tweets shifted from what users called pick-me bait to depression spirals.
Yeah. This is on her other account.
Her fans noticed something was off, and a male voice heard in one of her videos set all kinds of alarm bells off for them. However, she continued denying claims of a relationship while still taking donations. Her community, now paranoid and obsessed, started arguing over whether or not she was lying, and the drama exploded into other VTuber communities. That's when Genesis Prism stepped in. Genesis Prism had been friends with Goopai since early 2020.
What the hell is that?
Long before the GFE arc took off. She had seen the warning signs. Goopai.
What was that? This was disgusting. What the hell? Why would you do that to animals? What the hell? They lived at some point. What the hell?
History of impulsive decisions, erratic mood swings, and deep dependence on her audience. But she had stayed by her side, believing that supporting a friend meant accepting them as they were. From the beginning, Goopai had confided in Genesis about wanting to quit VTubing or restart under a new identity. She talked about feeling overwhelmed and often expressing frustration over how people perceived her. Genesis, knowing that Goopai had a mental illness that contributed to mood swings, tried her best to be patient. They spoke daily at times, and despite everything, Genesis genuinely wanted to see Goopai succeed. As Gumpai's GFE content intensified, Genesis found herself increasingly shut out. While she was a moderator in Gumpai's server, she was locked out of most channels and barred from joining voice chats simply because she was a girl. Goopai
What the hell?
reassured her that this was to keep her away from the GFE heavy.
This is crazy. This is some crazy stuff going on. Oh my god. Wait, I just noticed that my chat is stuck. I have to restart this. Shut matter. Okay, I can see everything now again. It's unfortunate that I don't see the previous chat. But it is what it is. But yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
Parts of the community, and at the time Genesis took her word for it. What she didn't realize was just how deep the obsession in Gumpai's fanbase had become. Early on, Goopai had also been very supportive of Genesis, even telling her viewers to check out her streams. But as Genesis' popularity grew, their relationship began to shift.
Why?
In January, when Goopai secretly entered a relationship and started withdrawing from her own community, some of her fans became suspicious. Instead of addressing their concern, she started banning anyone who questioned her, growing more paranoid with each passing day. As this paranoia took hold, the drama started spilling into Genesis' own server, where many of their shared viewers had migrated. Seeing this, Goopai began
okay, they went to her stream now instead.
demanding that Genesis ban people who had questioned her relationship status, despite the fact that they hadn't actually broken any of Genesis' rules. As Goopai continued to isolate herself, she went as far as deleting her own voice chat channels and purging multiple members from her server. Naturally, many of these displaced members sought out a new place to socialize, and Genesis Discord became the most active alternative. At first, Genesis didn't think much of it. She wasn't offering GFE content, she was just a VTuber who liked streaming and hanging out with her audience, but to Goopai,
like us.
this was unacceptable. As
Like
more
me.
of Goopai's former viewers spent time in Genesis server,
Whoa.
tensions escalated.
Wait, those were some crazy moves actually.
The situation reached a breaking point when
But Kami did tell me they were saying mean stuff about me in your Discord server during
viewers
VC.
started hanging out in Genesis voice chat.
Yeah, they were literally just playing Final Fantasy. That's all they talk about.
the eyes of Goompai's
Okay.
most obsessive fans, this was cheating. Then
Psycho
came the
behavior.
moment that
Yes.
changed everything. Goopai pulled Genesis into a private group chat alongside her secret boyfriend Vatrans, where
What?
she made a demand. She wanted Genesis to ban certain viewers who had left her community and moved to Genesis server, labeling them as schizos and insisting that they were a danger to her. One of
What?
them, an AFK paid mod who basically scammed her. And another, oh yeah, that guy posts enough Nazi stuff to get your Discord banned. Her brilliant
What?
solution? Just ban him. Which, shouldn't she also be concerned about her own server? Then?
Yeah.
Then came Eki, someone Goopai claimed had made her feel unsafe about attending Akai. He's the reason I'm not going to Akai. He basically threatened my security. Now, legitimate safety concerns should always be taken seriously, but at this point, this was a pattern. There was always a new problem, there was always a new enemy, there was always some fresh drama conveniently
it's crazy.
keeping the attention on her. Genesis felt blindsided. These weren't troublemakers, they were just regular viewers who had been watching her for a while. They hadn't caused problems,
Overlords.
yet Goopai wanted them erased from the space entirely. So when Genesis refused, Gumpai's behavior only became more erratic. At first, Genesis Briss felt
Oh, this girl is crazy. It's actually crazy.
guilty about how things were unfolding.
Yeah.
She confronts Goopai, trying to clarify that she never intended to leech off Goopai or steal her audience. She even says, that does feel kind of bad, and that's never been my intention. I never told anyone to come watch me or join my server. All I ever did was try to lift you up. But here's the twist. Goopai never actually believed Genesis was leeching off of her. Instead, she weaponized their friendship, guilt-tripping her fans into believing that Genesis was the reason for her declining numbers.
What?
It was just a convenient excuse for her to manipulate her community. Wow. What a nice thing to do to a friend.
Yeah.
Jen even points it out, saying, guess I don't appreciate being used as the tool for that because it just fuels the hate towards me when I really didn't do anything but try and support. When Genesis started to have to deal with Gumpai's unhinged fanbase as a result of Gumpai's action, on a few occasions, Genesis would bring this up to her. Honestly, you would do so much better as a normal streamer who doesn't have to deal with schizos. Because
Yeah,
let's be
I don't know, man. This is like she is just some manipulative. Is this the right word? I don't know, but yeah, it's just insane. It's actually insane. How long was she a VTuber? I'm wondering right now. How long was this going on? But because looking at it, it has to be going on for at least like 5 months, which is crazy.
Be real. Goopai basically had a full-blown parasocial cult. Only
Yeah.
her most zealous fans had remained after she had purged everybody else that would question her. Genesis acknowledged that Goopai was making a lot of money from this, but yes, the money must be super nice and there are some cool people, but holy shit, do you have some psychotic members?
Yeah.
And Goopai, time to Fansly Max. At another point,
What?
Genesis
Wait, what did she write?
Gunpai, time to fan.
Fansly Max. What's Fansly? Wasn't it... What? Wasn't it like... The O and the F, if they come together? I'm not sure.
Ansley Max. At another point, Genesis outright tells her, this GFE shit just isn't cut out for you. You attract schizos, and like, massive schizos. And Gunpai, they're just lonely men, Jen.
Wait. Is this public? Is she trying to bait her community right now? To be like, oh no, I'm protecting them. I'm protecting them. Is this a trick right now? Is this what she tries to do? Or am I just stupid? Maybe I just see too much into it as well. I don't know.
By now, Genesis was mentally checked out. She was tired of the drama, the paranoia, and the never-ending cycle of chaos.
Yeah, at this point just be like, okay, I'm out of here. I will ban you and then that's it.
She felt like it was only a matter of time before a massive crash out would happen.
Yeah.
So she made a decision. She left Gunpai's server for good. And to stop the drama from bleeding into her own community, she decided to implement a hard rule in her own server. I don't want any talk about Gunpai. I don't care if it's positive or negative. No talk at all. No shit talking, no praising, nothing. If I found out, it's an immediate ban.
Damn.
People have been trying to stir drama and I'm quite honestly sick of it. If you're here to do that, you can leave yourself, and if I found out, you will be banned. But Genesis had one last piece of advice before she left. One final attempt to get Gunpai to see the reality of her situation. For your own mental sanity, it's probably better to rethink what you would want to do with content creation, because you can't avoid people watching other streamers, and those that don't will go schizo and send you screenshots of people in voice chat talking about a fucking game. And for a brief moment, Gunpai seems almost self-aware enough to acknowledge it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dump all of this onto you and make you handle my drama.
The video is still 10 minutes long, so she must do something which is probably not a good thing to do. She will probably double down on it, and yeah, let's see what she's gonna do.
However, what happened next proved she had absolutely no remorse.
Yeah.
The moment Genesis started gaining traction, pulling in more viewers and receiving donations, Gunpai lost it. She spiraled into an unhinged rant in her own Discord, launching a full-scale attack on the very person who had been in her corner from the start. She twisted their friendship into a betrayal.
She made me really uncomfortable day one. What? When she come here and love bomb me like I didn't know you like that. What?
Betrayal story claiming Genesis had love bombed her despite their long history as close friends.
What?
And then came the real kicker. The jealousy fueled meltdown over Genesis receiving donations. In Gunpai's mind, a VTuber who was open about having a boyfriend didn't deserve support. She ranted about people gifting things to a...
Why not? The heck? What's wrong with it? They have to donate money to be friends. So pathetic can you get? Just saying, just stay in your own server. Contain you. Whoa! What the hell?
Quote, bitch with a boyfriend, and took it a step further, mocking Genesis for not fully capitalizing on parasocial monetization. She outright suggested that if Genesis really cared about making money, she should break up with her boyfriend because there's, quote, nothing wrong with being jerk-off material. The irony was almost poetic.
The heck?
Gunpai had a secret boyfriend the entire time, yet she was furious that someone else who had been transparent about their relationship from the start, was still thriving. It wasn't about morality or fairness, it was pure jealousy.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Genesis had quietly endured harassment from Gumpai's obsessive fanbase, choosing not to escalate things out of respect for their friendship, but waking up to multiple screenshots of Gunpai publicly smearing her and fueling even more harassment behind her back made one thing clear: there was no coming back from this. So she had two choices: either stay silent and continue being a scapegoat for as long as Gunpai needed someone to blame, or expose the truth, leak the DMs.
Oh, we see the title of the video, so I think we kind of know what happened.
Confirming that Gunpai had a boyfriend the entire time, finally putting an end to the hypocrisy-driven harassment. In the end, the choice was obvious. The harassment wasn't going to stop unless the illusion Gunpai had crafted was shattered. Instead of a public leak, Genesis shared proof with two questioning viewers. When they confronted Gunpai, she panicked. Within hours, her Discord server was gone. Her Twitter account was deactivated. Everything she had built, every carefully controlled lie came crashing down in an instant.
She deleted
and if getting
everything.
Exposed by her own friend wasn't bad enough, things somehow got even worse. A group of ex-friends or ex-fans and disgruntled community members decided to take things a step further. They built an entire website dedicated to exposing her. This was an
what? Wait, what was that?
Further. They built an
Wood dating leak proof folder. Okay, so this is the proof that she was dating. Gum audios, gum pics. Okay, those are just... I'm not a fan of real life videos, to be honest. Also not the spicy. The spicy thing doesn't fit in there. I'm not a big fan of this, to be honest.
An entire website dedicated to exposing her. This was an entire museum of receipts. There was screenshots of her DMs, clips of her racist remarks, soundboards of her unhinged moments, audio recording of her love bombing fans, evidence of her manipulating fans for money, you name it. Now here's the wildest part. Some of the archives, her old content, her selfies, and even personal posts were originally collected by Gunpai herself. She had been
Wait, what? Here's an archive? What? Why?
her own history for years through her Zuba account. That's why she's even listed as one of the contributors to the website. But the leaks, the recent DMs, the private conversations, etc., those were new, and they were added on top of the archives. Her past and present had officially collided. At this point, there was no coming back.
Yeah, this is
if there was any doubt left about Gunpai's secret relationship, the leaked screenshots shut it down completely. Buried in the messages was undeniable proof that she had been seeing someone behind the scenes. The exact thing she had constantly mocked other content creators for. Here Gunpai introduces her boyfriend Veitrans to her friend Jen. Additionally, leaked receipts confirmed that while Gunpai was still taking donations from fans who saw her as their virtual girlfriend, she was secretly...
But why was she introducing him to other people if she... Huh? This doesn't make much sense to me. It's a little bit weird. Like, why is she introducing him to other people when she's being so secret about it and claiming, like, that... I don't know. It's a little bit weird, but I don't know.
Using that money
overall,
to buy
I mean, overall, the case is clear.
boyfriend expensive gifts, including a high-end 3-dio ASMR mic and audio interface worth hundreds to thousands of dollars.
I hate those mics so much. I hate them. I hate those ASMR videos as well. I'm sorry. I'm a hater on ASMR. I don't like them. Every time I hear them, I take my headphones off. I'm like, no, I cannot do this. It's way too sensitive. It's way too sensitive.
Her fans were not only paying for her content, but also funding her entire relationship. In another instance, Genesis checks in on Gunpai, asking how she's doing, and Gunpai responds, "Yes, I love him. He wants to manager LARP me. We made so many spreadsheets."
LARP? What is manager LARP?
Really makes this old tweet from her hit differently in hindsight. From a ruthless businesswoman perspective, it's pointless to network with other female VTubers who have their boyfriends as their managers because they don't know jack shit and there's practically zero
Yeah, this didn't age well apparently.
useful conversations to be held. Not only that, but the leaks show just how aware Goopai was of the consequences if her audience ever found out about her secret boyfriend. In one conversation, she openly admitted, "Not gonna tell my community I'm at TwitchCon, they will kill me for having a boyfriend." To this, Genesis, who had never marketed herself as a GFE streamer, responds, "Yeah, that's fine. I never really said anything about my relationship status, but then again, I'm not a GFE streamer anyways."
Yeah.
And then Goopai, in what can...
This is crazy. This is just crazy. I don't feel like there are much new information, like really new information, but I mean the case is clear. Like this girl is just
only be described
manipulative.
as a complete lack of
She's
self-awareness, says,
crazy.
"Me neither." She doubled down, trying to justify her situation by claiming, "I got groomed by patrons." She then adds,
What?
"He seduced me too hard. He kept writing me love letters. I swear I'm not schizo." So let's get this straight. The woman who built her entire identity on not being like the other GFE girls who have secret boyfriends and who mocked other creators saying, "Just make your viewers fall in love with you and don't have a boyfriend in secret," was doing exactly just that.
Exactly.
Oh, the irony.
Crazy.
As the news spread, Gumpai's fans were split between shock, anger, and bitter realization. One of her longtime supporters went to Twitter to vent
But
his
she deleted
frustration.
all of her
"I
stuff, no?
supported you even when everyone but your community hated you. Yet it seems
How
like you
was this
don't give a
before?
shit about anyone. I'm not one to take the whole GFE thing that seriously. I genuinely enjoyed my time with you, and I do wish you the best going forward." Someone quickly responds, "Sorry to tell you this, but it was obvious she was just using her fans for monetary gain
Yeah,
and didn't
it's
care about her
kinda
fans."
obvious.
And the fan clearly heard defended himself. "What proof do you have to call this obvious? The reason I got into her to begin with was because she felt closer to me than my IRL girlfriend."
What? How?
At the time.
How?
She definitely acted like she cared from when I first joined until she stopped doing the sleep calls. For many of Gumpai's diehard fans, this was a brutal wake-up call. But for others, this was exactly what they expected. As the situation went viral again, plenty of old viewers came forward to say that they had seen it coming for months. Some recalled how they had warned her about the dangers of leaning too hard into GFE
Why was he looking at a coronavirus screen?
content. Other brought up her hypocrisy, pointing out how she ruled her server with an iron fist while mocking other streamers for doing exactly what she had been doing. And of course, many pointed back to her infamous boyfriend tweet where she smugly claimed, "Just make your viewers fall in love with you and don't have a boyfriend in secret."
This is a crazy tweet.
She was living proof of why that advice was terrible. And just when you thought it couldn't get more ridiculous, there was this. After everything had gone down, Goopai repurposed a form to be a boyfriend application.
What? How often do you gump? What is a gump? Watching her? What is your pay stick cut or not? You pay stick? What is going on? What is a... I'm so confused.
Yes, really. With questions such as, "Are you a virgin? What are the dimensions of your genitals? And
What the hell?
how often do you gump?"
Yeah, what is gump?
Like, what the actual hell? Moving on.
Huh?
At the time of writing this video, Goopai is back on
What is
social
Gump?
media. This time under the
It's her. Like, watching her streams? Going into the... Discord calls. I don't know.
hashtag reformed. But has anything actually changed?
No.
Not really.
Probably
She's been
not.
active on her alt account called Diet Coke,
Oh,
where
no.
she's fully leaned into her not safe for work content hustle.
Why?
And if there was any doubt that it's actually her, she linked the account to her own throne wishlist, confirming that, once again, with her, it's business as usual. Thank you so
Oh
much
my
for watching.
God.
Huge shout out to my Discord community for submitting this
Yeah.
story. You guys are the real MVPs.
This is
If you want to
crazy.
contribute to future videos or just hang out and talk about VTubers, join the server at discord.gg/Rima. And if you can't get enough of my content, I stream on Twitch, YouTube, plus I upload highlights on my second channel. So make sure to
Nice.
subscribe to that too.
He's really
And if
active.
you want to support the channel directly, check out my Patreon. Every bit helps me make even bigger and better videos. That's all for
Nice.
now. Until next time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, there's something here. Hello?
Lay down.
What?
Lay down.
Doggo?
Lay down.
Doggo?
Hey, don't growl. Fuck. This was a newbie. Oh yeah, I gotta wait 10 seconds. Hold on.
What? 10 seconds?
Other VTuber communities. That's when Genesis Prism steps in. That's when Genesis. For months, Genesis had
outtakes.
quietly endured For months, Genesis had quietly endured I can't say this. For
What
months,
can't you say?
Genesis had quietly endured I'm just gonna remove that sentence.
I feel that one. Oh my god. You don't wanna know how many times I did a beginning and sometimes when I record something I'm like, oh no, this was way too cringe. I have to record it.
It's repetitive.
Mm.
Oh, not gonna tell my community.
The cute squad.
Not gonna tell. She definitely acted like she cared from. She definitely acted like why can't I say this? It's a simple sentence.
Like she.
Constantly pushing boundaries and leaning into unhealthy dynamic. Constantly pushing boundaries and leaning into unhealthy dynamics.
Dynamics.
At the time of writing this, oh wait, I gotta wait the 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Why?
Okay.
Oh, I see what she is doing. She's waiting some time so she can maybe see in the editing software where she has to cut. But why don't you make a loud sound? When I want to cut something, I usually make a loud sound, like I put this one, for example. So I know, okay, over there I have to cut. Or yeah, things like that. Well, okay, well, everyone got their own methods. But thanks for the video. Rima. Wait, wasn't she a clipper at some point? Or maybe it's someone else. I don't know. Why is it everywhere? It's everywhere. I cannot do this. Okay. Now that we saw this crazy story, we probably will get an even crazier one. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know if I can do this. I will try to not pause so much because we still have the Japanese learning at the end. And it has been a long day for me. So, okay, I will try to not pause so much. This is the story of Yaki Risu. What? Wait, from when is this video? From 1 year ago, okay.
The VTuber community has been a rapidly rising juggernaut in the content creation space in the 2020s. While the technology has existed for years, it's seen a huge rise in prominence thanks to the Cover Corporation and Hololive Productions' expansion into English VTubing. While I have mixed feelings about the genre and content, it's at least more neutral now than it was previously. But an underlying issue with the concept of VTubing is that in a sea of cute anime girls, bad actors are bound to blend into the community and appear inconspicuous, despite the disturbing truth of the person behind the model. Of course, the easy joke to make here is that the cute anime VTuber is actually a middle-aged man in disguise. But somehow, the story behind our subject today is much, much worse.
Can I make a girl voice? No, I wonder. Wait, let's pitch it up. Let's see. When do I sound like a girl? How about now? Oh my god. I sound like a robot. This was a robot voice. Is it better now? No. I just sound like a freaking robot or something. I don't sound like a girl at all. I can make my voice deeper.
But this sounds pretty weird. I think this sounds the best. out of all the voices.
But wait, am I back to normal? Yeah. But a girl doesn't work. Wait, let me try again. Maybe
like this? No.
I just sound like someone who took too much helium. Yeah. Nah. Sorry, I cannot be a girl, apparently. That's sad. I can only be a evil demon. Crazy. Akai girl? Yeah, no. Unfortunately not. But yeah, it would be funny. It would be funny. But it's not possible. I don't have the voice for it. Okay, anyway, let's see. What's going on with Yaki Risu?
Yaki Risu.
Isn't this Ari? Wait, okay.
Often referred to as simply Yaki, is,
Yaki.
or should I say was, an up-and-coming content creator online.
Yeah.
Primarily known for her VTuber streams and content, but is also known to a lesser extent
Oh, cute cat! Look at the cat. I love the cat.
cosplays. Yaki would often adopt her VTuber persona when she appeared in content on the YouTuber Alpharad's channel. Yes, that Alpharad. And
What?
just when it looked like
Okay.
her career as a content creator had just begun to pick up steam, all that momentum was lost when
Whoa,
on
this
May
was a
30th,
crazy
2023,
drop.
Content creator Deputy Aru and
Yeah.
editor/public figure Ultima came out with a joint Google Doc telling their experiences behind the scenes with
Harassment,
Yaki Risu.
abuse, exploration, and bullying. What? This is crazy.
Their document being published was the catalyst for many other individuals coming forward and writing their own Google
Whoa.
Docs, giving their own catalyst for
What?
many other individuals
Okay, they just share the document.
coming forward and
Suicide, gaslighting, bullying. What?
writing their own Google Docs, giving their own unpleasant
Okay, yeah, we just saw... What was her name again? Goopai? Something like that. I already forgot the name. But this sounds even worse. Oh my god.
histories with Yaki Risu. That effect snowballed into a complete
Whoa.
storm of allegations, forming a laundry list of unsavory things Yaki has done in the past. And
What?
that spiraled into an entire hate campaign raging on Twitter, which grew so large that even people who weren't even aware of who Yaki Risu was to begin with began to take notice and comment on the situation. By the
Wait,
end,
what?
it
Wait, what
to
was that? Kennedy, what the heck is Yaki's bath, man? This is her bath? What did she do in there? How do you do this even? Why are we watching videos about the villains of VTuberification? Because we want to see why people hate VTubers. That's the purpose. We wanna see why do they hate us? Why? The first one was okay. It's Pokimane. She's Pokimane, and then the second one I can understand. I got angry as well. You saw it, and now we are getting some weird territory again.
Begin with, began to take notice and comment on the situation.
Okay.
By the end of it, there were a total of 11 Google Docs written and involved
What?
in the situation, coming from an assortment of people
Okay.
online, with pretty much every Google Doc having similar themes of manipulation, abuse, and pettiness throughout. And some of these Google Docs get long. So we certainly have our work cut out for us today.
Whoa.
So without further ado, sit back, relax, and let me show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. This is the story of
Yaki
the world's
Risu.
worst VTuber.
Okay, what's going on here? Okay. Case 1. It's yourself. Okay.
Before we dive into the 11 Google Docs, we must first establish their subject and the subject of this very video.
Yeah.
Mary is a Lithuanian-American woman from Michigan,
Hmm.
and as we'll come to find out, has gone by
What is this,
quite a few
Disneyland?
aliases online. But she is best known under the pseudonym of Yaki Risu,
Okay.
often shortened to Yaki, and sometimes remixed into new but familiar names.
Taiyaki Risu.
In March of
Does she like
2019, she
Taiyaki?
created her Twitter
Taiyaki?
account under the handle @Yaki
Megumine.
to use. The account that would end up becoming her most
It's
popular
Megumime.
one. According to Yaki herself, she also
What?
began cosplaying in
Samus.
2019. With
Isn't Samus blonde? Okay. don't know.
becoming what she was best known for, and what grew her follower base on social
I'm
media.
just saying, you know.
Soon after she created her Twitter, she would go on to create her Twitch and YouTube accounts, as she wanted to start streaming as well. Over the course of 2019, she would build a pretty respectable following for herself, having a nice 14,000 followers
Where are
for
those
herself
drops coming
only a year
from?
after making her debut. That's nothing to sneeze at. And her Twitch numbers, for someone just starting out, aren't half bad either. And with this influx of new followers, why not take the opportunity to cozy up with some of your new mutuals and start building connections with people? Although the outcome of that will be discussed later on in this video. However, this growth would soon peter out as she suddenly stopped streaming and would rarely put out a cosplay. This can clearly be indicated with the huge
What the hell? Is this a streaming schedule?
hiatus in streams seen on Twitch Tracker, as well as her stagnant follower growth on Social Blade. It's unclear as to why Yaki stopped posting content online, especially since, according to her significant other at the time, she wasn't employed at the time and was mostly relying on her partner's income.
What?
Whatever the case may be, this hiatus was broken with the beginning of 2022, as she
But why? Like, what did she do then? Maybe she got a lot of donations and was like, okay, now I can lay off for some time. I don't know.
began getting back into content creation, both in terms of cosplays and streaming, and soon after began streaming as a PNG tuber, although claimed she was a VTuber in her titles and tags for some reason. And just in time too, as the connections she made in the past led her to making connections with very popular creators. This would give her a nice bump in attention and notoriety thanks to her association with them. Her growth was more gradual and steady initially, but in November, she made her debut as a proper VTuber with a model and everything. Her official debut as a VTuber garnered Yaki a lot of attention, and took her growth from modest and steady to her now gaining thousands of followers each month. And around this time, she began appearing as a guest in Alfred's content. Getting her name out there in content by a creator as popular as him no doubt contributed to the increasingly fast growth Yaki was having at the time. Yaki was picking up some serious momentum.
But is she playing Pokemon the full time?
Yaki was poised to end up with at least 100,000 Twitch followers by the end of 2023. And Yaki also took the opportunity to expand her content onto YouTube as well, with her creating videos and shorts that she fashioned out of her content from her streams. And these videos performed very well for themselves, with her first YouTube short having an entire 1 million views to its name. And while her two other shorts weren't nearly as popular, 370k are certainly large.
That's like a good number.
Shorts aside, she was also beginning to hire editors to create fully edited, long-form YouTube videos out of her stream content.
Damn.
With her two videos currently sitting at a pretty 274k and 135,000 views respectively.
Why are there only two of them?
YouTube, that's incredibly solid. Most YouTubers' first videos don't have nearly that amount of views. With all of these factors into consideration, Yaki was bound to be a popular creator herself by the year's end, and be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with her content creator peers. With growth like this and friends like Alfred, Yaki's career was pretty much cemented. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? I wonder. Okay, so case 2. Deputy Aru and Ultima. Everything went wrong. Oh, okay.
The first Google Doc exposing Yaki dropped on May 30th of this year, with it containing the accounts of Ultima Shadow X, or simply Ultima, as well as Deputy Aru. Not only were they the first ones to tell their stories, both of them appear to have been affected most recently
Harassment,
by Yaki.
oh,
We'll
okay,
begin
this
with
was the
Ultima's
first one.
story and move on to Aru's afterwards. Ultima works as an editor behind the scenes for YouTubers, with him working with such notable creators as Matt McMuscles, Vernius, and the VTuber Henya the Genius, as well as
Henya. Oh.
Alpharad. What a coincidence. Ultima and Yaki had been friends for well over 4 years, but after she broke up with her significant other in 2022, she began facing some dire financial issues as she returned from a trip to her significant other absent and a mortgage she could not shoulder. Yaki begged Ultima to move in with her so she wouldn't lose her house, which he agreed to because of their history. Yaki later claims that this arrangement was mutually beneficial and that Ultima was looking to move out of his place anyways. However, Ultima contests this, stating that he wasn't looking to move at all and simply did so to help her out.
What? I just wanted to be a hero. Look where it got me. I was... Oh, wait. Is this where the shower picture is coming from? So she was in the house, living rent-free, and then she moved out.
In the beginning, things were peachy between Ultima, Yaki, and her new boyfriend Ruby. But after the first few months, things turned sour. Yaki began becoming more and more aggressive towards Ultima.
Why?
Ultima's account of his experience states that she would verbally abuse him for some of the slightest inconveniences, particularly with getting him to pipe down.
What?
It's something that is focused a lot in Ultima's story, as the house they shared had thin walls. Apparently, they must have had paper-thin walls, though, because if he would make any noise while she was streaming, even just whispers, she would berate him over it.
What?
Ultimately resulting in one particular...
Just adjust your mic setting like mine. Like, if I go to the side, you cannot really hear it anymore. Yeah. I mean, I can adjust it even to the point that you cannot hear me unless I'm directly in front of the microphone, but I don't want that. Because, I don't know, maybe sometimes I move around, you know? I'm moving sometimes. Yeah.
Instance where she came into his room and yelled at him for, quote, ruining her content.
The
She
heck?
would also strong-arm him into paying for stuff on her behalf often.
Why?
Notably the gas for his car, which, despite belonging to
Are these VTubers trying to be some kind of cartoon villain? I don't know. But she was also cosplaying. I wonder if the cosplay will come at some point into this. I wonder. Probably not, but it would be funny.
to him, Yaki was the
Let's
only
see.
person who would actually ever use it. The verbal abuse got so bad that he ended up confiding in Fidel, otherwise known as On the Down Low or Games Cage, about the situation. Fidel will also come to play a larger role in the story, so remember him for later. I do an entire video for her and follow her rules and do her changes, and in her notes it's like, are you stupid? This is bad. I hate this. I said to do this. I
What?
read your notes. I did what you want. Stop treating me like I'm incompetent. I am burnt out and depressed on editing.
Damn.
I can barely get out of bed. I lost my main source of income. You saddle up to my boss. You tell me to pay for gas on my own car. I let you drive when I don't drive.
Oh my
Ultima
god.
also talked about how Yaki would use her connections with larger creators, in particular her close friendship with Alpharad, and hold it over Ultima's head as a means of silencing him.
Oh my
I
goodness.
try to handle this quietly. She will gossip. She will
At 4 AM. Okay, crazy.
ruin my career. I am scared of that. All because I wanted to help. Ultima would later add an instance where Yaki threatened him if she found out he was talking about what was happening.
What?
Stating ominously that they would have problems. It's always great to see people weaponize their friendships with larger creators against others. As we can see from her channel, Yaki's quite the fan of Pokemon. So it should come as no surprise to find out that her treatment of her pets is less than stellar. According to Ultima, he was the one left with the responsibility of taking care of them, feeding them, cleaning up after them, and so on. Yaki would have the cats locked in the bathroom for over half a day.
Why?
Tell Ultima not to let them out. Also, if you're curious, this is what her bathroom looked like.
Yeah, how is this even possible? What did you do in there? What is this? Did she paint her whole body with body paint and didn't get it off? What the hell?
Now, for reference, here's what Chris Chan's bathroom looks like. That's really all that needs to be said. Funnily enough, in her
What
response, Yaki
the heck? What the actual heck?
unintentionally corroborated
God.
this claim, referring to this as putting them in, quote, gay baby jail.
What?
The worst of it happened during
What?
Yaki's recent
This doesn't make any sense.
trip to LA, as one of her cats at home had become terribly ill, so much that it was unable to walk, while Yaki extended her...
Then take care of them. What the hell? Why is she going somewhere else when her pets are freaking injured or like in pain?
Stay in
What?
LA for a bit longer, Ultima drove multiple hours to the vet and paid for over half the checkup and medical costs for it, to which she allegedly never paid him back for. Due to the aforementioned issue about Ultima being too loud for Yaki, she suggested that the three of them look at moving into a bigger house to alleviate the issue, with Ultima and Ruby finding a place that worked for them.
Okay.
When Ultima, Ruby, and Yaki, with the help of Ultima's dad, went to apply for a loan for the house, though, she refused to become co-owner to the loan, citing her mortgage on their current house. Problem is, as Ultima states, she had been making funny little jokes about moving to LA to be closer to Alfred's group of friends, and if she ever went through with that, which is highly likely if her streaming career kicked off, then she'd abandon Ultima with a loan that he couldn't pay.
Oh my god.
Because of her flakiness, everyone backed out. In addition to working as an editor for other creators, Ultima also offered Yaki to help her out with editing a couple of her YouTube videos as well. These experiences, however, were hellish for Ultima. As he explains, anytime I would submit a video to her for revision, I would just be treated like a total idiot. Things like, why would you do this? Or, you just don't get it. Or,
huh? This is not constructive? This is not helping at all. If you edit a video, you need to know what the other person is thinking, and comments like this are not helping with anything.
Or, this is baffling. What were you thinking? And it
Whoa,
made me
what was that?
You just don't
Do you
get
see
it.
this?
Or, this is
Wait.
baffling.
I wanna see this.
What
Show me. What was that?
were you thinking?
Ah, there was a man screaming. Okay.
And it made me very upset, as I was burnt out and barely motivated to work as it is. Of note is that within an Imgur album containing screenshots on Discord between Yaki and Ultima.
What? Hey. Oh, Spock was on the video, sorry. Am I too loud? Oh. Damn, he immediately asked, am I too loud? Oh, I'm working on it now. Oh no, you're fine. Is that what you were laughing at? No, I'm watching AI generated scene field.
All
What?
these screenshots, save for one from May, that is completely unrelated and isn't about anything, although is very ominous given the is everything okay and the kinda, not really, and the 2-hour call that happened afterwards are from January and February of 2023. Considering that the two videos Ultima edited for Yaki came out on February 16th and May 8th, this leaves us with an entire 2 to 3 months of correspondence unaccounted for in this album, supposedly refuting the claim that she was abusive towards Ultima. And, you know, call it a hunch, but I don't think the messages from that time frame were quite as easy to chalk up to simple disagreements as the screenshots attached are. Or the really bad shit could have just happened in real life or over Discord calls.
Yeah, probably in calls. I don't know. I mean, yeah, on text, and you can always delete it as well. Like maybe she got scared and she went over the conversation and deleted some messages. You know, you use the search function and you delete anything that looks bad. Could have been as well. I don't know.
That's also just as likely. While we're on that topic, let's switch gears into Aru's testimony. Aru is a content creator online with a primary focus on Twitch streaming, but also dabbles in some VTubing and cosplay as well, which is what her and Yaki have in common. How Aru and Yaki came to know each other, though, was through their mutual association with Fidel. I mentioned him not too long ago. He's a streamer and content creator himself.
Yeah, he's the guy who was mentioned before.
He trends on Twitter semi-frequently from time to time.
Really?
Fidel and Aru are close friends and were once a couple, as she explained in her doc, although the relationship stopped shortly after December of last year. Things just weren't quite working out between them romantically, and they have remained close friends to this day.
That's fine.
Yaki, on the other hand, has a checkered past with Fidel. They were good friends for a while, and Fidel helped Yaki out and gave her advice when she began streaming in 2022. But her feelings towards Fidel soured as time passed. She began to hold a serious grudge against Fidel, believing that he was actively trying to sabotage her streaming career by specifically having their streams overlap so he could attract viewers away from her streams and throttle her growth. These feelings are largely a conspiracy theory that she made herself believe because Fidel had a minor issue with her self-promoting in his chat and Discord. This can be confirmed with DMs Yaki later leaked in a response where she basically verbatim states this. Not to be a tease, but I'll delve more into this later on in this video. But what's important to not to be
He said you basically left Alphabet and when you started streaming you changed. Wait, what? Like he told me how you were at everyone in his server whenever you start your streaming? What? This is insane.
a tease, but I'll delve more into this later on in this video.
Okay.
But what's important to know is that
Why did she call her Pokemon like that?
Yaki really doesn't like Fidel, and when she noticed that Aru and Fidel broke up, she began to slide into Aru's DMs to, in effect, manipulate Aru into turning against Fidel.
Wait,
to
what?
quote Aru directly, it ended up with her calling me and telling me he cheated on me, and since she had no reason to lie to me, or so I thought,
What?
I believed her. She also told me that he would say awful things about me behind my back for the past 2 years he's known me, and that he actively would sabotage my career. Because she
What?
was very close to Fidel, I had no reason not to believe her. Yaki used this opportunity to try and get Aru to move away from Fidel's friend
Yeah.
group and try and move into hers. Aru described her introduction into the friend group to basically be a way for her to secretly humiliate Aru to her friend group behind her back, and as a vehicle for her vitriolic rhetoric about Fidel. And this ultimately culminated in a trip that the group took to LA in order to spend time together, which I mentioned not too long ago.
Flatland.
At least, that's what it was supposed to be, till Yaki started pulling some strings. In
Uh-oh.
March, Aru, Yaki, and their mutual friend Izzy planned to hang out together to celebrate Izzy's birthday in LA, which coincided with other events that the three all intended to attend. Despite Aru paying out of her own pocket for this trip, she spent almost the entire trip being outcast from every social gathering during this trip.
Why?
All the while, Yaki would basically lie and defame Aru and Fidel to everyone else.
Wait,
Yaki
what?
was able to do this because she managed to
What-
lie
what
about
did
both
she
of them
say?
in order to convince everyone not to invite them, like saying that Aru made Alfred uncomfortable, and saying that if Fidel and
What?
Alfred were in the same place, it would blow up. Shit that was so
What?
blown out of proportion that it borderlines on complete lies. To be specific, Aru had been uninvited from a dinner with Alfred's friend group, a brunch the following day, a trip to the aquarium, and her own friend Izzy's birthday party.
Why?
In particular, that last instance resulted in Aru being given an incorrect address that took her to a completely different side of LA. And when Aru called her friends asking for them to come get her, Yaki was allegedly calling Aru passive-aggressive for being scared that she was completely stranded alone in LA in the middle of the night. Whilst we don't know if it was intentional that Aru was given the wrong address,
Yeah, this looks really weird though. This looks really weird.
it sounds like it was the worst moment in her trip to LA that was completely wasted to begin with.
Yeah.
And that's while considering another circumstance Aru recounts in her own testimony, where she actually arranged plans to hang out with Yaki and Izzy in her hotel room. However, they needed to make a stop beforehand at a friend's house and told Aru to meet them there. Shortly after Aru arrived, they bounced and left to go to Alfred's house, ditching Aru in a house with 3 dudes she doesn't know well enough to be left at their house like that.
What the
This
hell?
left Aru incredibly upset that the 2 people she thought of as friends would abandon her like that. And according to Aru, the reason they did this, as well as not letting Aru ride with her friends to and from places, despite being in a hotel room close to Alfred's place, as per their suggestion, is because
This is
Yaki
crazy.
specifically
What the
orchestrated
hell?
that way. Apparently, she did this because she thought Aru was being weird with wanting to find out Alfred's address. And by that, I mean she asked like a couple times so she could Uber her friends there so they could drop off their luggage at his place for the sake of convenience. And
Yeah.
not to the insane degree Yaki allegedly tried to portray. Aru was thankfully able to catch an Uber to the actual location of the party, and there she confronted Izzy about why Aru was being excluded from everything despite the fact that she only took the trip to LA in the first place to hang out with them. It
Yeah.
was here where Izzy revealed that much of it was because of Yaki pulling the strings and using the opportunity to talk shit about her and Fidel for the duration of the entire trip. Keep in
What
mind that Aru
the
spent money out of
hell?
her own pocket to come to LA. It wasn't arranged for anyone else to pay for her to fly out. So Aru spends a shit ton of money to catch a plane and a hotel in LA so she can hang out with her friends, and one of her friends is deliberately barring her from doing so and talking shit about her during the entire 3
Yeah.
or 4 day trip. Now that's really shitty.
Yeah, what the hell? What the hell? I don't even have words for this. This is just this just bad behavior, let's say it like that.
Aru decided she had to confront Yaki about this, and Izzy pleaded with her not to, as she was afraid Yaki would ruin her friendships, reputation, and even her birthday party. Aru had her heart set, however, and proceeded anyway. As Aru explains, despite her having 3 other people tell very similar stories, when she confronted Yaki, she denied basically everything, and this resulted in a heated conversation between the 3 of them, involving yelling, crying, and emotions running high. The conversation ended with Aru telling Yaki, as long as you stop talking bad about me to other people, it's water under the bridge. Just please stop doing that and be honest if you don't like me, rather than bullying me.
Yeah.
To which Yaki responded saying, Aru, I love you. I would never say anything bad about you.
Really?
Afterwards, Yaki, Izzy, and company took an Uber
I think
back
you
to
just did.
Alfred's place, and according to Izzy, Yaki was yelling at the others in the Uber ride back about what had just transpired.
What
After the
the
trip,
hell?
Izzy became yet another person Yaki would maliciously defame to other creators in order to dissuade them from collaborating or working with her. And this didn't stop for Aru or Fidel either. To quote Aru directly, Yaki not only poisoned the well with Alfred's friend group when it came to me, but she began spreading rumors into other friend groups that resulted in other content creators completely cutting contact with me or just being very cold and standoffish towards
that's
me after
what the
hanging
hell.
out with her. I ended up having to disconnect
Oh
from
my
everything because of how
goodness.
badly my mental health was affected by all of this. Aru also confronted Alfred about the alleged role he had in the drama. A lot of Yaki's words and actions were predicated on things that she said Alfred thought, felt, or said, or that the only reason Yaki shit-talked Aru in a relationship was only because Alfred would ask about it. According to messages between Alfred and Aru, that was not the
Why
case
is it
at all,
looking
and
like
Alfred
this?
had a
Wait,
really
isn't it
hands-off
like a
and
Discord
bystandery
design
involvement
thing?
in
Or
what
was
happened.
it? I don't know.
Yaki was simply evoking his name as a way to dilute what her intentions really were, or took his words and blew them up in such outlandish proportions that they weren't representative of how he really felt at all. Making a mountain out of a molehill, in other words. Aru ends her story by explaining what her point of view of the fallout of their interactions has looked like. As you can probably tell with me posting this, she never stopped, and I keep hearing things being said about me that continue to be traced back to Yaki. Even just last week, she called 2 people in hopes of downplaying what she did to me, and is continuing to do to me, and told them that I constantly talked badly about her, and asked for them to give her personal details on my life. I truly believe Yaki's fixation with hurting my reputation is creepy and incredibly invasive. This kind of behavior makes me feel unsafe and uneasy. This is not normal behavior, and I just wanted to go hang out with my friends and constantly was treated like someone who deserved to be excluded and isolated from invitations. When you hang out with people who you consider your friends, there shouldn't be so much mudslinging.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have had to experience being treated badly when I was supposed to be there for a good time.
Yes.
Yaki lied to me, manipulated me, gaslit me, sullied my reputation in the gaming space, and completely bullied me to the point where I needed therapy. And I know she has
crazy.
done this to other people besides me. I just want all of this
That's
to stop.
actually crazy. What the hell? Oh boy. Oh, next part. Oh yeah, right. It's 3.
I'll
Who's
just
this?
give a quick warning that this section in particular deals with the subject matter such as these that you can read on screen right now. If you would rather not hear about them...
Should we skip this? I don't know. Okay, let's
just skip to the
watch
next
it.
section. Yohane Sushi.
You will be warned. You will be warned. I will not pause after this. So if you don't wanna watch it, you can skip in like 3 or 4 minutes from now.
From 2017 until they broke up in 2021. Additionally, they lived together starting in 2018 until sometime after they split up. During the time they lived together, a lot of what happened to Ultima was also happening to Hazel. Also similar to Ultima is how Yaki pressured her into buying the house that they lived in, along with it being the same house she would share with Ruby and Ultima later on. On top of that, Hazel was also the only one with a job, so she basically shouldered most of the financial responsibility in the relationship, while also being a full-time college student at the same time.
That's crazy.
Hazel,
You don't have so much money as a student.
Twitter and Twitch, she would become more and more aggressive towards Hazel, berating her over the smallest mistakes, tell her that everything she did was shit, and blaming anything that went wrong on her. She felt like more of a house cleaner rather than an actual significant other. It was around this time that their dog Pinto had been attacked by one of the other dogs, an event which became the last straw and broke up their relationship.
Damn.
Soon after, Yaki got with Ruby, and the abuse Hazel suffered at the home worsened even more, escalating to her being locked out of the house. Yaki physically assaulting her and strong-arming her to pay for even more things, with her
Yeah.
manipulating Hazel into staying by telling them that their parents wouldn't take them in due to their gender/sexuality. Due to how bad the abuse got, Hazel attempted to take their own life in May of 2021 by ingesting sodium nitrate. They were admitted to the hospital and thankfully survived the attempt, but fearing what Yaki might do, they simply told them that they had a panic attack. Hazel
What
soon
the
moved out
hell?
on June 11th, taking their belongings as well as their cat Gil, as Hazel had observed Yaki's abusive treatment towards the pet, describing their treatment as, quote, throwing the cat multiple times, locking him in closets multiple times, and generally confining him to a very small room, and left me to take care of him completely. Hazel's story is the most horrific that we've heard during the situation, as she experienced much of the same shit as Ultima, but to a much higher degree due to the relationship aspect, especially as that relationship became strained and broken. But don't think we're in the clear just yet. We still have a lot to get through.
Oh boy, wait, what? I don't see anything. Oh. Case for red buff. Oh my god. Okay. This is something. I hate people who are mistreating animals like this. I cannot stand them at all. Like, if I find out something like that about you, it will be over in an instant. that's what all I'm gonna say.
Yes, you read that right.
This is crazy.
The next person to call out Yaki goes by the username
Rat buff.
Ratbarf, and has gone by
Steins
similar
Gate.
rodent puke themed names before.
What are those
For the
things
purpose of
on
this video,
behind
I'm just gonna be calling
on
him
the banner?
Jake was good friends with
Okay.
Yaki for about a year or two, from 2019 until 2021. Jake describes Yaki's friendship with them and others as being one where she would berate and bully her close friends, including them, although they would mostly let it slide due to apathy. It's only now did they realize this became a pattern of behavior for her. Jake explains that there were aspects of Yaki's behavior
She's literally
during
playing
their
Pokemon the
friendship that raised
full
red
day.
flags in their mind, and they simply shrugged them off initially. They explained how Yaki would act pretty rude to her friends and strangers, allegedly insulting them in a way that felt harsh and unnecessary. Jake explains like so. I recall times where she would call me retarded, stupid, and a pussy, often in a context that was really unnecessary. This would also apply to other people in the group. She would pick her favorites and actively avoid the rest, but hold power over our group since a lot of us were young and naive. There was even one instance where she
Wait, how
claimed
old
one of our
is
friends
she?
was a, quote, fat loser that no one likes and is only around because everyone
What
feels
the
guilty.
hell?
In short, Yaki was over the top in her aggression to us, and I can get at least 10 people who can verify these claims and stories.
What the hell?
Certainly not a good look, and that's not even the main point of their document either. Their friendship turned for the worst after Jake split with their then-girlfriend of 2 years at the time. Jake admits that he didn't take the breakup well, threatening to take his own life, proceeding to make an attempt, and contacting his ex about it afterwards, despite being told not to. Their ex would vent about this to Yaki, since the two were close. But if we know anything from Aru's story, it's that Yaki getting involved with a relationship drama
It's not
doesn't
good.
end well at all.
It's not
According
good.
to Jake, despite their ex explicitly telling Yaki not to talk about this with anyone, Yaki proceeded to do the exact opposite, and began telling people a warped version of the story that painted Jake in the worst light possible, even to people neither party even knew. Yaki used this as a point of leverage to assassinate Jake's character and have him excommunicated from nearly all of his friend groups. This included shit like leaking personal information and claiming that Jake faked his attempt.
Yeah, that's what I just read. I was like, what the hell?
That's someone claiming someone is side baiting. Yaki would claim that she never told anyone about what she had been told, but Jake was able to provide screenshots of his having to retroactively explain to his friends that the story Yaki had told them was intellectually dishonest and then setting the record straight. Despite Yaki meddling in their relationship, Jake and his ex would soon make an attempt to mend their relationship and have become friends since then, something that
crazy.
Yaki was not too fond of, telling others how stupid his ex was for even attempting to do so. And even after the two made amends, Yaki still didn't drop the issue and continued to shit-talk them. Jake makes it clear that it's not so much the shit-talk that bothers him, so much as it was the dishonesty in how she presented the situation, and how she leaked information that neither party was comfortable with her doing, using it to get people to turn against Jake. While not to the same degree of shittiness, this does resemble how she acted concerning Aru and Fidel's relationship, like a light version of what their situation ended up being. A sign of things to come, so to speak. Before Jake concludes their document, they mention how they were witness to Yaki's abusive behavior
Yeah.
towards their then partners, specifically mentioning an anecdote in which Yaki yelled at her partner while on call so harshly that they
She
started
seems to
crying
like
and forced them
yelling.
to explain to everyone that it was okay. I'm not sure if this was Hazel, and this claim is simply anecdotal, so take that as you will. But to say it tracks would kind of be an understatement.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, this was something. Okay, so she's really abusive, manipulator. We already know that from the other girl. Yeah, the only thing missing right now is, you know, that she's faking to have not a boyfriend. That's the only thing missing right now. And then all the Avengers came together. Or all the villains, I don't know. Who's this? Mahado. Okay. I'm not sure if this is a girl or a boy from the avatar. I don't know if it's a boy who's putting his art as a profile picture or if it's actually a girl. But let's see. Let's see what happened to this person.
Mahado's story has some similarities to part of Ultima's story, as he was commissioned by Yaki to edit a video for her on her YouTube channel. And similarly to Ultima, Mahado's story working with Yaki was very poor. In 2022, Mahado had the opportunity of working with Yaki as an editor for a video, which he was happy to work on as he saw it as an opportunity to grow as an editor. The video she commissioned him to work on was a highlight video for her Pokimane.
Sorry, Akai, I have to go. Okay, no worries. We will be here for at least 1 more hour at the end. In about 1 hour, I will still be here with Japanese learning at the end. So yeah, it will be a long stream tonight. No worries. Okay, then probably have a nice sleep. You probably will go to sleep, I would assume. See you next time, and I save you Inu border for the Japanese learning. Okay. I still don't know what the Inu border thing is about, but okay. Okay, enjoy. I will be there tomorrow actually. Tomorrow we will, in the late evening we will play Amogus. Yes.
Pokemon Smasher Pass stream that she did. Mahado tried to
make
the
what?
best video for her
Smash.
Pokemon Smasher Pass.
Wait a minute.
The video
she would smash this? What? Tentacle? What is going on? Okay.
She commissioned him to work on was
we listen and we don't judge.
the highlight video for her Pokemon Smasher Pass stream that she did. Mahado tried to make it the best he thought it could be.
Yeah.
But she's just kind of passive aggressive about the whole thing.
Wait, what? Ideally it will be 10 minutes. But obviously it could be longer. And this would have been nice to know beforehand. Huh? Why is she so angry?
I say that, but these messages just
Whoa!
kind of have this tinge of unprofessional sound.
You skip Vaporeon. I don't know if that was intentional, but regardless, I want it in. You skip over Seeking as well and normal Zapdos. Normal Zapdos? Mewtwo. Whoa, I cannot do it like that. If I write feedback, I would be like, okay, could you please include those parts about this Pokemon? And then I would just make a list. Okay, what else is he writing? Smash counter. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. She's talking a lot. Overall, this feels kind of sloppy and rushed. What do you mean? It's a first draft probably, or one of the drafts. Just give feedback, and then you get what you want. The editor is not the same person. The editor has other things in mind. as every person. Boop, 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 boop. If you're willing to make the changes by Monday, what the hell? Then we can call it good. If you don't want them to, then I should get half of the price refunded back to me. What? What are you talking about? I wouldn't want to leave you with nothing since you did work on it. Okay. Damn. Wait, what? When is this? 22nd of October 2022. Let me check. When was that? 2022. October. This was written on the 21st. On a Friday. So over the weekend she wants those changes to be done. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't like her feedback so much, but okay.
Sourness. She's just kind of shitting on Mahato for not being able to read her mind and know exactly what she
Yeah,
wants.
I don't know if this was the first draft. If it would be the second or third draft, maybe okay, but the first draft, usually it's always like that. Like, the editor tries his best, and then you have to provide constructive feedback on what you want to change.
And when working with an editor, you have to give that sort of leeway. If you
Yeah.
want a video to have a very specific, strict direction, or be edited in a specific way, then you just have to edit it yourself. And
Yeah.
when Mahato points out how editing a video out of a VOD she gave him was gonna take a while, she got all catty and acted like Mahato was trying to blame her for the video taking time to make.
Lol.
You wanna know how long the VOD is? 30 minutes. And 1 hour. No! 2 hours! He had to edit through 2 hours of footage, and she gets mad that he's taking a bit of time to get it done.
Yeah, this takes a long time. I remember my editing processes. Oh boy, I also overestimated. I was like, oh, let's do this every week. And then I was like, oh, never mind. This is a little bit much. Yeah. Too much for my work life, at least.
Okay, I'm sitting here watching through her VOD while writing the script, and out of all the Pokemon from Gens
What?
1 through 4,
Yeah.
a total of 493, she said she would fuck 160 of them.
Damn.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's like
I crunched the
25%.
numbers on this. That's basically a third of all the Pokemon. 1 in 3. This bitch is on crack. Speaking of which, you want to know how much Mahato was paid for his work? You
How
want to know
much?
how much he was paid for editing an entire
Usually, editors are expensive. I know it. Usually, editors. How much is an editor nowadays? Obviously, it depends. But for something like this, I would probably save at least $500, maybe $400 if it's a little bit cheaper.
2 hours of footage into just 21 minutes.
Mm.
$60.
What? I cannot believe that. Jesus, I'm going insane. I keep hearing noises that aren't there. Hello, Ghostface. How are you doing today? How are you doing? Did you brought the Ghost Brother with you as well? Nice.
That's it. $60 for all of that work. Or at least that's what I would say if he didn't.
Why did he have to refund half of it?
Refund her half of the money for not being able to apply the changes that she requested and just to get her off his back. And if that wasn't enough, Yaki proceeded to shit-talk Mahato and his work behind his back. And I know
What?
this because if you read intently in the DMs that she leaked between her and Ultima, she literally tells Ultima that his work was, quote, horribly shitty. And in Mahato's document, he states that she's close friends with people that he talks to regularly. So there's a high likelihood that Ultima wasn't the only person
This is
she
crazy.
shit-talked Mahato to. In my opinion, Mahado went above the Call of Duty in trying to offer her some grade A customer service, and even after bending over backwards to meet her demands, she just throws that shit in his face.
Yeah.
It's just shitty, pure and simple.
Why is everyone high? What is this? One pot. Response in games game. Oh wait, this is the guy from earlier.
Whenever a public figure is facing public backlash due to allegations being made against them, claiming said figure to be a reprehensible human being, it's always best to respond to such allegations calmly, in the correct tone, and with a deep understanding of what the controversy is centered on.
Yeah.
We've seen dozens of YouTubers fail in this regard, as they often approach controversy hastily, anxiously, and improperly by distracting from the main point, by focusing more on their cute pet, or with whataboutisms that leave the audience unconvinced.
Yeah.
As such, it is infinitely better for public figures to wait out the shitstorm on social media, calm down, take the proper amount of time needed to release a response that effectively refutes the claims made against them or address them in the appropriate manner.
Yes.
One good response is infinitely better than 2 or 3 hastily thrown together ones. So you would hope that Yaki would respond in kind, seeing as this controversy had hit the Twitter trending tab and the site was abuzz with conversation about the allegations.
Okay, so what happened?
Respond in a week, maybe 5 days, at least a couple of days, so she could calm down and collect her thoughts before responding.
How much is it?
Her
20
response
minutes?
came not even 20 hours after the initial Google Doc dropped. Yaki wasted no time getting a response out, and it ended up being right smack dab in the middle of the controversy. You can look at the time bar right now. We're not even like halfway through this bitch. And due to her hastiness in trying to douse the flames surrounding her reputation, she ended up pouring gas instead of water.
Yeah.
The best way to summarize Yaki's response is essentially her looking at what everyone else has said and going, nuh-uh.
What? Okay.
Her response to Aru can basically be summed up with her contesting Aru's claims by saying that things happen differently, just some he said she said shit. That and also just throwing in whatever she can to make Aru look bad in her doc. Like her claim that Aru only talked about connections when she was introduced to the friend group, which doesn't contribute to anything and really isn't that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things when we compare to what has been alleged Yaki has done, both to Aru and others.
What is going
just
on?
Coming up with weird flimsy counterpoints, like how she tries to refute Aru's claim that Yaki called her passive-aggressive by saying that she simply asked others if they thought so, because that's totally different. Do you guys think Yaki's being pedantic here? You see, I don't think so myself, but I'm just asking if you think so. This is completely neutral and isn't elite.
I don't know. I mean, so far she seems to be not a good person. But I don't really know where this is going right now. I mean, she's kind of defending herself. But it's not making it better for her, to be honest.
Despite Yaki's
not
claims
getting
being
better.
dubious to say the least, and were likely put out there in an attempt to save her own ass, the riffraff had me concerned as to whose retelling of events was more truthful. After all, even if the other allegations made against Yaki have a lot of concrete evidence,
What the heck? How much is this?
that solidified their legitimacy, that doesn't give us a free pass to tack on things that could potentially be untrue. After all,
Yeah, and you could
just made a
you could cut things out of context as well. Technically. I've been working on this video for a while, if you can tell.
video about how that can seriously fuck you over. So I wanted to make sure that I had all of my ducks in a row and to get to the bottom of this. And thankfully, with Aru's help, I was able to do just that. I contacted Aru to ask her about the claims Yaki made in her document and how they conflicted with what she said, and she is able to provide some valuable clarification. Seriously, huge props to her for being so willing to talk to me about this. It's never easy to talk about something like this when you've actually experienced it in person. Yaki made the claim that Aru slept through her alarm clock on the day that their friend group scheduled a trip to the Aquarium of the Pacific. Ergo, Yaki did not make an effort to exclude Aru from the trip. However, in actuality, what happened was a lot more complicated, so I'm gonna break it down for you.
Okay.
Yaki and her friend group had initially...
What is this? Wait. Aquarium? Wait. I want CPM. Aquarium. I want for... Damn, okay. She's really vocal about going to the aquarium. Why? Does she like water Pokemon? Are those all the Smash ones?
They made plans to visit the aquarium at around 1 p.m. the following day. Here we have screenshots provided by
Whoa.
Yaki that show the group arranging the best time for them to visit the aquarium while this is going on. In a screenshot Aru gave me in DMs, she is also inviting one of her friends to the aquarium as well. Yaki's screenshots are 3 hours late, so these two screenshots take place at the same time. I can verify this because Aru also sent me her version of a DM Yaki attached to her response, verifying the time difference. And with that, it seemed everyone was in agreement that they would meet up at around 1 p.m.
Yeah.
Until 4 hours later, where Yaki realizes that she had plans to meet with Adriana Figueroa.
Oh
Yes,
my god.
that Adriana Figueroa at 1:45 p.m., creating a scheduling conflict.
Oh my
According
god.
to Aru, Yaki tried
But
to
she was so hyped about the aquarium. Why is she changing the plans now?
reschedule the aquarium visit to around 10:30 a.m., which wasn't as unanimously agreed upon as the prior time, most likely because certain people already had their own plans at or around that time, creating complications. And due to those complications, the plans eventually fell through and nobody went to the aquarium that day.
Damn.
This was after Aru had already been excluded from several other plans Yaki made with friends, so at this point, Aru didn't have any intention of showing up at the new time and just silently canceled her plan to attend. Yaki made the claim that she and Izzy hadn't ghosted her when it came to them arranging when they should have brunch together, but rather it was Aru who ghosted them when she stopped responding to their messages concerning it, and shared this image that appears to corroborate this claim. I asked Aru about this, to which she clarified that most of the conversations setting this up happened over the phone. She explains that Izzy had taken too much time trying to set up these plans, so Aru had already made separate plans before they could agree on a proper time to meet up. Aru claims that she had to wait 3 hours for Izzy to decide on a time that would work, and speculates that the reason for Izzy's sluggishness and indecision was due to Yaki telling her not to really meet up with Aru, and believes that much of why she was uninvited to so many gatherings was due to similar conspiracy by Yaki. As for the last claim Yaki made an attempt to discredit Aru's testimony, Yaki claimed that she had asked Aru for her ETA and received no response, meaning Aru
But
was
when did she ask? Oh. It will probably be said.
the one who wasn't keeping up with their questions. Aru recounts a different version of events. The reason Aru didn't respond to Yaki on Discord was because she was already in an Uber when it was sent, and by the time she saw it, she was stranded in Hollywood and was calling Izzy while sobbing. She didn't not respond because she was being inactive or lazy, she was stranded in a big city and trying to stay safe. And now that we have all the clarification from Aru that clears up a lot of what Yaki said in her response, suddenly Yaki's claims appear even more pedantic and flimsy. Her only counterclaim is that Aru failed to respond to their messages on Discord, even though there are a lot of other avenues by which Aru could have communicated with them through. And besides from that, Yaki doesn't really have much else in the way of defenses for herself.
This is so much stuff. This is crazy.
In her Google Doc, Yaki proceeded to leak a total of 111 screenshots she had taken at the beginning of her DMs with Aru, and I read all of them.
Oh
and
my. He even numbered them, probably by order when they were taken. Taken?
It was quite interesting. The DMs initially begin with both of them venting about their frustrations with Fidel's chat and the remarks they make about them. That's nothing out of the ordinary. It's completely understandable for...
Is she Wait, why is there a dinosaur in a comet? Was about to ask if she's a dinosaur VTuber, but maybe not.
Them to vent about a rowdy Twitch chat. However, what's interesting is that Aru pivoted the conversation from complaining about a Twitch chat to complaining about a lie Fidel told. Something relatively small and not a huge deal, but Aru values honesty. Yaki then used this little bit of frustration from Aru to take her into a Discord VC, where she basically told her a false story about how Fidel was cheating on her, with this story being about how while Fidel and Aru were dating, Fidel was receiving nudes from another female streamer behind her back. Aru had no reason to believe Yaki would lie to her and only had her best intentions in mind.
Okay.
Only to find out in a matter of months that the story wasn't true. What ensued was a pretty brutal...
What the hell is going on over here? What is this?
Where both Yaki and Aru would converse with Fidel separately, where they confront him about this false story. And when Fidel obviously claims that the story was false and fabricated, they assured each other that Yaki's story was the truth, and that Fidel was attempting to blame others instead of himself. Of course, Fidel being dumped by his girlfriend because someone he thought was his friend decided to tell them a false story about how he was cheating on her understandably upset him.
Yeah.
This was Aru's thoughts on that at the time. Also, why the fuck is he yelling at you for something he did? Is he crying at least? Please tell me I made him cry.
What? Wait, who is this saying right now? Oh, wait. Is it her and she's in the belief that he cheated on the other girl? I don't know. I'm so
He
confused.
sounded like he was, yeah. Heh, bitch.
Damn.
Deserved. She would go on to repeat similar sentiments throughout the rest of the leaked DMs. The rest of them consist of the two of them completely shitting on Fidel and totally ripping into him. The
Damn.
one particular thing that stuck out to me is how Aru called Fidel a spoiled man-child whose own mom told him he has a history of habitually lying.
Damn.
So yeah, it's not pretty. What's perplexing about why Yaki attached these screenshots is that they don't prove a whole lot. Sure, they make the drama more juicy, but all of these 111 screenshots were pretty much aptly summarized in Aru's original document. Sure, she didn't divulge into just what she said about Fidel, but it gets the general gist. The only reasons Yaki attached these screenshots is either to portray Aru poorly by showing how brutal she was to Fidel during their breakup, or because she genuinely, for some reason, thought these screenshots held details Aru left out of her document.
Yeah, but why? Why do you make a screenshot of every single thing? Like it looks like it's also things that are not so important, but I don't know.
Document, when that's really not the case. This is just really confusing. I don't know
Yeah.
how she expected anyone besides a complete psychopath like myself to really sit there and read every message. And in the end, the messages weren't really the gotcha she was hoping for.
What was
But
it?
I suppose that could really be said for the entire document, really. Yaki then moves on to talking about Ultima and his story, with her beginning by explaining that she never strong-armed Ultima into moving in with her, and that their agreement was mutually beneficial, as Ultima was also looking to move out of his current place as well. Ultima later claims that this was a lie, and that he wasn't in any need to move out at all, so we're off to a good start already. Yaki just kind of throws her hands up and admits that pretty much everything Ultima mentioned happened, but spins it in a way that gives her plausible deniability. Kind of like, yeah, that did happen, but I don't remember it being as bad as how he described. The funniest instance where she does this is when she mentioned how Ultima claimed that she threatened him if he were to talk about the alleged abuse. And she said, yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I cannot really comment on it.
Like I
It's
destroy his career.
complicated.
And it's like, what did you mean then? I suppose given
I mean, we know who supposedly the bad person is, obviously, but I try to be as neutral as possible. Yeah, but
the
yeah.
nature of these allegations that it is possible Yaki could have been
Why is she calling them like
telling
that?
the truth, and for some reason Ultima, Fidel, and everyone else vouching for his claims are just making a concerted effort to defame Yaki, but I personally find that hard to believe. It's totally possible, and I leave the decision of who you believe more up to you, but Ultima's DMs with Fidel, along with other people's eyewitness accounts of her treating him poorly, make me
Whoa, what was
comfortable in
that?
believing Ultima. Also, you know, the other fuck ton of Google documents we still have to sift through.
Yeah.
That leads us into...
How many was it now? Was it 2 or 3? No, probably. Wait, is every case one doc? I think every case is one doc. So right now we are the 5th or 6th. Damn.
Discussing the
We are
final
halfway
Google
there.
doc Yaki attempted to refute with this response, that being the claims made by Hazel in her document. Yaki's attempt to refute the claims made by Hazel is like a mix of what she did with Aru and Ultima, in that she basically takes almost every claim Hazel he made and claims
Whoa,
it was
why did he... What was that?
her that was doing the actual work.
Or maybe he used the actual name of the person and then he noticed and was like, shoot, I have to do a voiceover again.
While Hazel would pretty much just play video
Wait,
games
what? Oh no, maybe he just used a different name accidentally.
and slack off and not do anything. Pretty he said she said stuff, and pretty much every grievance listed happened in real life, so there's little in the way of evidence to add legitimacy to either person's testimony. But what's really strange is that, aside from that, Yaki also misunderstands and misinterprets what Hazel said in her original document, like how Hazel made it clear that she hid her suicide attempt from Yaki and kept it a secret and simply claimed she had a panic attack. To this claim, Yaki says that she...
Yeah, this is really
doesn't remember
heavy.
the
This
incident
is
at all,
really heavy.
completely ignoring that that's entirely
Oh boy.
Hazel's point. Or how Yaki claimed that Hazel never trained their dog Momo, when Hazel admits that while she tried,
Momo.
she was ultimately unable to do so on top of her college classes and her full-time employment. And another time when she claimed that her cat Gil was kidnapped while she was away, when Hazel explicitly mentioned this, and that her reason being that Yaki was abusing him. This is either evidence of Yaki rushing out of response
going on with this
drama,
girl?
or Yaki lying in her response by denying everything Hazel claimed, even if it doesn't make sense for her to.
Yeah.
It's very odd. This response was also where
It
Yaki
is.
posted pictures of the condition
Trashed
of her
house.
after she had returned home from her trip, claiming that Hazel was the one who trashed it and that she was the one not putting in the work to keep the house tidy. But based on Hazel's testimony, she was the only one paying for pretty much everything, while also going to college and trying to clean the house when she could. Considering the aforementioned inaccuracies in Yaki's story that cast doubt on the validity of her account, this very well could have been an unintentional self-report on just how unsanitary her living conditions were, and possibly still are. But hey, that's just a theory. Yaki just couldn't help herself and decided to drag in another person into the situation, who, up to that point, wanted to remain a third party.
Okay.
Because even when facing backlash from a tidal
Pokemon?
wave of people on Twitter,
Is it the Pokemon?
she can't
Is it
stop herself
Schizo?
from shitting on Fidel. Fidel is mentioned in her response more than Ultima or Hazel, which is absolutely dumbfounding. The heavy focus on shitting on Fidel resulted in Fidel putting out a short statement on his Twitter detailing his perspective during everything that went down. To summarize an already short Google Doc, Fidel explains that though Yaki and Fidel were initially great friends, she wasn't very happy when Fidel expressed to her that he was uncomfortable with her constantly self-promoting her content on his streams and in his Discord server. Well, it initially seemed like a minor issue to Fidel.
Didn't we hear that before? Or was it another Discord? I don't know.
He didn't notice a change in attitude until she suddenly became two-faced and began to basically outright slander his reputation and image to other popular creators and otherwise notable people when Fidel wasn't around, meanwhile still acting agreeable when around Fidel to make it appear like everything was fine. We've already gone over how the story she spun about Fidel cheating on Aru was completely fabricated, but despite how she tries to play it off in her document, she was more than willing to run this false story to more people than just the person who was affected by it. As Fidel explains, I found out during an LA trip to see the Mario movie with my friends Johnny and Adam, specifically at Izzy's party, that Yaki was going around to her entire new friend group of mega content creators that are a part of Alfred's group and continues the false narrative that I was a cheater, manipulator, and overall evil human being, which not only kept me from being invited to some events like Mario Party Summit or Stream
Mario
Awards
Party.
and such,
What is Mario Party Summit? It sounds fun.
I wasn't even invited to my friend Izzy's birthday party because of the fear Yaki instilled about me.
Wait, didn't we read this before?
It was a big friend awards show in LA. Yaki
maybe
slandered
not.
my
I don't know.
character to as many people as she could. She also told Aru that if she really wanted to, she could ruin my connections within the industry by telling her Sega friend she can make it so that they never work with me or interact with my content.
What the
Since
hell?
Sonic is my, quote, bread and butter, I would be left with nothing. Izzy and her friends later confirmed this.
What the hell?
Once Yaki became aware of Aru contacting people to get to the bottom of what was being said about her, Yaki went to Fidel to try and patch things up in an attempt to manipulate him into keeping everything on the down low. Sorry.
Sure.
He just wanted the shit being said about him to stop, so they mutually agreed to just stop talking about each other and move on. Predictably, as seen in Ultima screenshots, Yaki wasn't interested in upkeeping her end of the deal. Speaking of Ultima, Fidel caps off his statement by describing what he personally witnessed of Yaki's treatment of Ultima, likening it to the way people would scold a misbehaving dog. But he didn't know how bad he was really treated at home until Ultima vented to him on Discord. Oh, and alongside Yaki was someone by the name of Ruby.
This is crazy. What? My POV from a fellow roommate for Yaki and Ultima.
Who provided his perspective on the matter
Oh
since
boy.
he was the only other person who was living with Yaki and Ultima. While this might pique your interest at first, it's important to note that Yaki and Ruby are dating, and that immediately calls into question the validity of their statement.
Yeah.
Not only are they obviously biased towards their significant other, but if Hazel's experience is anything to go by, their perspective could very likely have been influenced by Yaki, if not just outright sticking her hand in the pot. And as you might expect, Ruby's statement is just kind of a milquetoast support for Yaki, trying to vouch for her perspective in the situation. And it basically boils down to him saying,
Stop using light mode, please.
I didn't see any abuse. And him asking
What?
if him saying, well, I didn't see any abuse. and him asking, if Ultima was so upset, why didn't he complain?
But he did. What do you mean?
Strange Ruby would ask, considering he did complain to Fidel about this very situation. Ruby's attempt to bolster his claims that since Ultima never complained, therefore he wasn't being abused, are screenshots where they're discussing who would take what rooms in their new house. Pretty insubstantial shit. If I can compare this document to anything, it's like that one guy from Parappa the Rapper that just kind of backs up his bully friend with one-word sentences.
What?
It's kind of like that, and based on what
I don't know
we'll
that game.
learn later about Yaki roping Hazel into her drama back when they were together, Ruby's statement gives me pause.
What?
I don't know.
I don't want to completely dismiss
What?
it as just being ghostwritten by Yaki or anything, but there's too high a likelihood Yaki had a direct hand in the creation and or approval
really
of Ruby's
likely.
document for it to be considered with any real merit or weight. And sorry to spoil the rest of the video, but during the entire time that this situation was making the rounds on Twitter, not a single soul besides Yaki and Ruby came out in defense of them. Quite the contrary, actually, as we can see with the fuck ton of Google Docs written by different people.
Oh boy.
Or experiences with
Yeah, now the is about to go down.
Yaki. If Yaki's really as innocent as she wants us to believe, why are there so many skeletons in her closet, and why does everyone who she used to surround herself with vouch for Ultima, Fidel, and Aru? It's not possible for Yaki to be innocent, and I would like to see the proof that would vindicate her if it's out there. But already, it's not looking great, and it's about to look a lot worse. Needless to say, Yaki's response did not go over well, and was torn to pieces on Twitter for Yaki's poor attempt at vindicating herself. The response was primarily focused on making attempts to recover her reputation at the expense of acknowledging what she had done wrong and actually apologizing for said mistakes. Yaki was more focused on shifting the blame back onto the people who called her out, rather than making a proper response where she owns up to what she screwed up on. And if you'll note the runtime, we still aren't done with this story, no siree. Because the story does not end with Yaki's response. It's truly the gift that keeps on giving. So, let's continue, shall we?
Yeah, let's continue. Who's next? Who's exposing her? Tommy.
The central component for any VTuber online is their
Oh,
VTuber
Kali.
model. It's what's always on screen during their streams and videos. It's the
Oh no, what's going on now? Oh no. What did she do? What did she do? What did she do?
focal point of their branding, and it's what the graphic design of their branding is usually based on. And it's literally the entire point of a VTuber. I mean, a VTuber without a model is just a normal streamer without a face cam at that point.
Yes.
While VTuber models are the most integral part of the community, VTuber models are also prohibitively expensive. Provided a VTuber isn't creating the model themselves, commissioning an artist to draw a model for them tends to cost upwards of $400 or $500.
Just the drawing. Yes, the rigging is expensive. The drawing is also expensive, but considering all the costs altogether, it's okay.
You can get something cheaper for sure, but that's the general rule based on the numbers I've been seeing after sifting through quite a number of commission sheets. And with the vast majority of VTubers being slick, pretty anime characters with a lot of detail, it's the big contributing factor as to why the price tends to be so high.
Yes.
And that's just on the art itself. You also have to rig every separate section of the model, and if you don't know how to get that done, well, you're gonna have to pay someone to do that for you.
Yes.
And if you want to go the 3D route with your model, just forget about it at that point. Establishing just how expensive VTuber models can be is important, as it provides you a frame of reference for Tommy's story, as they are a
Luckily, we are kind of experts. Well, I am kind of an expert. You know, you might not believe it if you hear it, but I am a VTuber as well. What? Yeah. So yeah, I also paid my full model. I paid someone for rigging. I have my mama, my papa. So yeah, it's expensive.
Former friend of Yaki's, who was the artist who provided her both her PNG tuber avatar and VTuber model. At the time of their creation, Yaki had just split with Hazel, so Tommy felt bad charging her for their work. And since they were pretty close as
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. She didn't pay for it. She didn't pay for it.
Tommy explained, Tommy decided to make these for free. Again, a VTuber model that, based on how nice the art looks, would easily cost upwards of $500, and Tommy was such a lad that they decided to do it free of charge. Yaki assured Tommy there would be no deadline, and they said they'd try to get it done within 5 to 6 months.
Yeah.
Although advised them to look into potential other options if they weren't able to get it done fast enough. Seeing as they were doing this for free, that's pretty reasonable. Months passed, and due to having some personal issues as well as already having commissions, which obviously take priority, they weren't able to get a ton done. But when Tommy had most of the sketch done, Yaki requested some changes, and since it was still early in production, they were more than happy to oblige. Should be a win-win for both. They had a call a couple weeks later which served as the instance when Yaki changed her model from the first concept to the new final design she would end up using. But then a month later, tensions began to rise. While Yaki didn't give Tommy a deadline, Tommy began saying things like, "It'll be done Monday, it'll be done next week," and so on.
Oh god. Yeah, if you get something for free, maybe you should not push the person so much.
She took this as Tommy setting a concrete day of delivery,
Yeah.
which was not the intention. So when Tommy would postpone when the work would be done, Yaki became more and more peeved. This came to a head on August 14th, where Yaki confronted Tommy about this. She held his words over their head and was guilt-tripping Tommy over it, saying
Why?
she felt like she wasn't being prioritized and being ignored.
What do you mean you get something for free right now?
He explains, this couldn't have been further from the truth. Tommy had been there for Yaki through her breakup. They donated to the GoFundMe Yaki created to fund the surgery for her dog Pinto, subbed to her Twitch and sent donations, and has also done illustrations for her featuring her VTuber. To try and guilt trip Tommy over not doing something for you for free, fast enough, and prioritizing things.
Yeah, he even gave you money. What the hell?
Like commissions is a shitty thing to do on the face of it, but for it to not even be correct is just a whole new level.
This is crazy.
And when Tommy began to explain to Yaki about his personal troubles being an issue and how they've just barely been able to get their commissions done, Yaki just shrugs it off and says, "Okay, just get it done then." It's the actual psychopath behavior. What the fuck? These screenshots just reveal this weird entitlement.
It's not so easy. If it's so easy, then just do it yourself. What the hell?
Acting as if he owes her this VTuber model just because he said he would do it, and her whole reason as to why he has any obligation to deliver it in a timely manner is that she did his makeup for his cosplay he did one time. One last thing I want to touch on for the sake of completeness is one last screenshot Tommy posted on Twitter, this one being her response to this drawing he did. It looks pretty damn good, but when she saw it, she was weirdly passive-aggressive and backhandy about the whole thing. Sick art! Laughing at how you forgot 99% of the design though.
What do you mean? Everything is there. Wait, what was missing? Huh? What is she talking about? Which design? Am I stupid? What is missing? No, it looks pretty done to me.
Not gonna lie, I did sketch it off of memory and went with what I remembered. Oops.
But it
Honestly,
looks good.
Impressive, but you forgot so much.
Well, why are you... No, it looks good. What are you talking about?
Would it have killed you to say thanks?
Yeah.
Both of these stories have similar
What's
themes
going on?
of giving Yaki money under a certain condition, which
Oh,
in
no.
one way or another was not met or was not the case. Both of these stories are also pretty short and the people involved weren't particularly close to Yaki, so combining them into one section later in the video makes the most sense. First, we have a person who goes by the pseudonym Frosty Klondike, although I think I'll shorten their name to just Frosty for the sake of brevity.
Yeah, what I said.
Frosty was a fan of Yaki's streams beginning in September of 2022.
Yeah.
They explained in their document that they particularly gravitated towards Yaki's community thanks to them being inclusive of their non-binary gender identity, as well as Yaki being a cosplayer, which Frosty is a fan of. When they saw that Yaki had a Patreon, they decided to become a top-tier patron, which included the benefit of requesting Yaki to do a custom cosplay based on a character of the patron's choosing. Initially, this Patreon tier started at $100 a month, then doubled
Whoa.
to $200 every month, then $400
What
every
the
2
hell?
months. Frosty was understanding of Yaki adjusting the price of the Patreon tier so much, as Yaki would still need to turn a profit for each custom cosplay for the effort to be worth it. What they took issue with was instead Yaki's tardiness with delivering Patreon rewards. This is what the timeline looked like. Frosty became a patron on September 26, 2022, and requested Yaki cosplay Nico Robin from One Piece.
Okay.
Yaki agrees and orders what she would need for this cosplay. The cosplay outfit then arrives on October 30th. Outfits are likely
already a little bit more than a month later. Yeah.
made to order, so that is understandable. Yaki tells Frosty that she should have the cosplay done and sent to them within a week. It wasn't until December 22nd did Frosty receive a proper update that the cosplay had been completed, and even then, Frosty didn't receive a link to claim their rewards until January 12th. Literally a wait of over 3 months.
Yeah.
And you want to see what the reward looked like after all that time wasting? Money well spent, don't
Whoa.
you think? Adding insult to injury is that whenever Frosty would ask about where their reward was, Yaki would get pretty clearly upset with them asking, despite the fact that they paid for the fucking
Yeah,
thing to
they paid
begin
for
with.
it.
It starts with her getting kinda snippy with Frosty by telling them that getting into cosplay takes more time than it does to just change an outfit. Again,
Okay.
really passive-aggressive and petty. And Frosty sent that message 21 days after Yaki told them that the cosplay had arrived and photos would be sent within a month. I don't think asking almost 3 weeks later is some sort of infraction.
Yeah, it's
Oh, and just the
fair.
irony of Yaki getting defensive when her patrons...
I would already have been asking after a week. I would be like, is there any progress?
inquire about something they paid for, yet she acts entitled when pushing around Tommy about something he's doing for her for free. The next time Frosty asked, she responded really bluntly,
Whoa, what
almost
is
as if
this?
she was insulted they asked, and proceeded to kind of just list excuses about how she does other things besides streaming and cosplay, and how she needs to do other things in order to pay her bills. Except that her
Okay.
Patreon is also paying her bills too. But
Yeah, I was
don't
about
know.
to say, this is this Patreon dude probably paid like at least 10% of your bills.
That's not the last of Yaki taking offense to her patrons asking for updates about the shit that they paid for, but we'll leave a pin on it for now and get back to it later. Not delivering Patreon rewards in a timely manner is bad, of course, but what I think is worse is the other reward of note that Frosty pledged for. That reward being a paid privilege to be a Twitch and Discord moderator for Yaki. Now, on the
What
face
the
of it,
heck is this?
this is
8,000 per month? By my silence. What? I record myself saying whatever the hell you want. Use common sense, yeah. For $50. What the hell? For 200. We cosplay a character of your choosing. Ah, this is the one that she wanted to do, right? And it's limited as well. Fan sign, everything else from the previous tier. For 8,000 a month, I will stop. What the hell?
is a terrible idea, and you don't need me to tell you that. First of all, just the idea of going, hey guys, for just a simple monthly fee, you too can have the privilege of moderating my Twitch chat and Discord
Yeah,
server
it's
is
not a
insane
good
to me.
idea.
It literally cements what is supposed to be the role of a chat hall monitor to a status symbol, something that was already prevalent. Not to mention that a good moderator...
You could do something like Slat. You could get like a something which is banning everyone. You go into the chat, you buy it, you ban everyone in the chat, and then probably you will get banned as well.
Moderator is often donating their time to keep an eye out and monitor the chat or server.
Yeah.
And if money's changing hands at all, it's usually not the other way around. To be fair, it's not like Yaki just lets anyone become a mod. They have to go through a screening process to make sure that they're not going to abuse their power.
Oh, okay.
But that still doesn't alleviate...
Wait, so you pay and have to go through a screening process. Okay, what the hell?
the issue entirely. We know this because our friend Frosty here is an example of why. They explained in the doc that they were initially not really interested in the role to begin with, but felt they might as well be of some assistance to Yaki since they thought Yaki could use the help. However, they had no prior experience as a moderator at all and made it clear when they applied for the position. Despite this, Yaki still welcomed them aboard, and Frosty was able to learn the ropes through some help from their fellow moderators.
Nice.
They seemed to be doing fine as a Discord mod, even letting Yaki know about the Twitter account of someone who had been banned from the server. But after moderating their first stream for Yaki suddenly had a change of heart and decided to demote Frosty. In the screenshots attached, it shows Yaki citing the reason being that Frosty slipped up on shouting out a couple raiders, for activating Mod Shield, and for making polls and shouting out people without Yaki's permission. And for banning people who should have been timed out.
But isn't this a good thing if moderators make polls for you? I mean, it's raising their engagement. I mean, what means without permission? What means it without permission? Does it mean you have to ask and then if she says yes, you can do it? But this is so stupid. This is stupid.
Generally being a loose cannon, to put it simply. And while that's totally on Frosty for not taking more care and messing up something they should have already been aware of, I can't help but also look at Yaki and think, what were you expecting? Someone who has no experience moderating a Twitch chat before and isn't familiar with your moderation accommodations just gives you money and you just let them? This is literally why nobody else does this.
Yeah.
The employee's at fault, but you also gotta blame poor management. Oh, and by the way, Frosty didn't even turn the mod shield on. It was someone else. They admitted it in chat and on their Discord, and Yaki was just like, yeah, I felt like it was you, so I'm just gonna blame it on you.
What the hell?
Brilliant, that is. And after Frosty began having some financial trouble, they had to lower their Patreon tier. They didn't even stop supporting Yaki, they were simply changing how much they were supporting her. But this small decision that was basically completely outside of Frosty's control, nor could they have predicted that they had to do so, resulted in the bridge burning between the two. Fast forward to the night of February 2nd and...
Normally I sent this monthly message. Damn, Nico Robbins fan sign. Other photos. Fan sign. Misato Katsuragi. Who's Misato Katsuragi? Misato Oh. Who's this? Oh, Evangelion. But which one? Purple hair? Whoa. Okay, calm down. I don't see her. Oh, wait, is it this girl over here? No, but that's a guy. I don't know. Well, whatever.
Frosty's rewards for basically the entire time they were supporting Yaki had not been fulfilled at all. The only thing they had received was this photo I showed earlier, but they were missing several other rewards you can read here. 5 fan signs, which are basically selfies with the person holding the name of a fan the selfie is dedicated to, as well as 3 other cosplays that Frosty had paid for. Frosty had asked for updates about their rewards previously, but when they asked in a direct manner on this particular night, it was clear that Yaki was upset, greatly so. She basically became fed up with Frosty, unjustifiably so, as the greatest crime they've done in these Patreon
That's a really long tweet.
Sending long messages, which they only did because you asked multiple questions.
Oh, is it DMs? Is it DMs? I thought it was a tweet. I was like, damn.
And sometimes using Patreon DMs like personal DMs. Where does this Frosty person get off? I tell you. And because I guess this Frosty person bugged her just a bit too much, she decided to block his account on Patreon, ban him from her community Discord server, and in typical Yaki Risu fashion, proceeded to shit-talk the guy behind their back to her little friends to further ostracize them from their communities, with Frosty being banned from at least 10 Twitch chats and multiple Discord servers. And all of this because they asked where their rewards were. Frosty particularly took it hard as mentioned at the start, these communities provided a space for them where they felt that they could be themselves and be accepted. So to lose all of that for shit that's really trivial really stings. And I totally understand how they feel. Of course, this is only their account of the story, and while they graciously attached their entire Patreon message log with Yaki to help back up their claims, there's always the possibility that they were much different on Discord and deserve to be given the boot. But to be ousted from other communities because of what is, at most, some drama with Yaki is just petty and completely uncalled for, especially given how big of a supporter they were and how much money they sent Yaki's way.
Yeah.
Man, Yaki...
This is... this person... Wait, but so far it looks more like a cosplayer rather than a VTuber. If I'm honest. Like, she's VTubing, yes, but... If we make a Patreon only with cosplaying, I don't know. I'm a little bit conflicted.
She mistreats her roommate. She mistreats her editors.
Yeah.
She mistreats her partner.
Yeah.
She mistreats her pets, and she mistreats her fans.
Yeah.
Is there anyone she doesn't treat like shit? Well, you know, besides looking up to Alpharad.
Yeah, I was about to say, probably the people she wants to
This one
connect
concerns
to.
someone who goes by the handle @nsupergamerguy
Okay.
on Twitter, otherwise simply known as Nathan.
Nathan, okay.
is someone who appears to be a part of Fidel's little community he's got going on,
Hmm.
and as such, they knew Yaki. And after
Okay.
Yaki broke up with Hazel and would complain about the result that had on her life, Nathan would offer to help Yaki out by giving her a few bucks in order to make her life easier, simply as an act of kindness for someone who was struggling, or at least appeared to be. And by a few bucks, I actually mean
How much?
much more
How
than that.
much?
To cut to the chase, what was initially Nathan helping out Yaki,
Hmm.
who was likely legitimately struggling financially at the time, soon turned into Yaki abusing Nathan's good-natured generosity.
$700. What the hell? Wait. Oh, what is this? Wait, he bought something for $700 for her. Oh no, this is just one payment. There are probably more.
By essentially using him to get even more money by lying to him about her current situation
Hmm.
and what she intended to use with the money. She would lie to Nathan claiming that she needed the money to repair her car, yet, strangely, as we know from Ultima and Yaki, Yaki was regularly using Ultima's car to get around for most of the time they lived together. Now, I'm not a math teacher, but clearly something's not adding up here. Just where's
something
the
is
money Yaki is
fishy.
being sent going? Well, thankfully, Ultima's got the answer. When Aru posted her and Ultima's
Like
stories,
in the
Nathan
aquarium.
talked to Ultima about him sending Yaki money, to which Ultima
Yeah.
revealed that she was lying to him just to finesse money out of him. In fact, Yaki never used the money to repair her car at all. Instead,
What did she use the money for then? Did she just save it for something? Wait, she wanted to move to LA, right? Probably she wanted to save for that.
a brand new one. Makes you really wonder how she didn't have enough money to repair a car on her own, but was conveniently able to buy a new one when she wasn't able to freeload off of Ultima's.
Yeah.
In total, Nathan sent Yaki $3,682
Oh
over
my
the course of
God.
4 months, with most of it likely not going towards what Nathan believed the money would be used for. If you've been keeping track
the
at home,
heck?
Yaki's been racking up a pretty big list of shitty things she's done.
Yeah.
And the number of people she's manipulated or has otherwise been shitty to is one of the highest I've ever seen in a situation
crazy.
such as this. But we've finally reached the final chapter.
Oh.
The best for last. Well, the next person isn't the person who got screwed over the hardest by Yaki. I mean, it's hard to get worse than Hazel's testimony.
Yeah.
But this person's story is both one of the more hardcore of the testimonies,
Oh boy.
and it's also the most recent testimony, so it'll serve
Hmm.
as a good way to cap off this video.
Okay.
Let's dive
What
into
is it about? Who is it? Scene. I like the profile picture.
Twitter user @Himea, known simply by their name Sean, is an artist
Oh,
who has something of a
Sean,
complicated
not
and checkered
Scene.
past online.
I'm
he used to
sorry.
go by the names @Starefax and @Hormeya on Twitter, which is important to note since screenshots used in this section contain his old usernames.
Mm.
Under that old username, he began to grow infamous due to his tendency to accept a lot of commissions, but would be very slow in making progress due to a few factors concerning his living situation at the time.
Okay.
So allow me to give you their backstory, as it's integral to
Okay,
understanding
get some
their
lore.
experiences
Give
with
me the
Yaki.
lore.
According to Sean's Google Doc, which
Whoa.
he titled "Sir," an
Sir.
11 Google Doc has hit the Yaki Towers.
Oh
shit you not.
my god.
Sean used to be mutuals with Yaki on Twitter starting sometime around 2018. There wasn't anything notable that happened between them directly. They simply chatted, interacted with each other's tweets, and so on. And after a while, that began happening less and less. Sean shrugged it off initially, as they weren't particularly close to begin with. While that was going on, life circumstances occurred that had completely fucked up his financial situation.
Damn.
Sean was disowned and cut off financially from his parents, forcing him to drop out of college, which
Damn.
also forced him
But
out
what
of his
happened?
on-campus
What happened?
job as a computer lab technician and support desk assistant at his school. Fortunately, this didn't have any impact on his living situation per se. He had already signed a lease to rent a place with his friends, but still, being forced to drop out of school and lose your
it's
job
still
is
not a
really
good
shitty.
situation.
Due to being out of a job, they decided to give becoming a full-time freelance artist a shot in order to keep himself afloat. This is where he made the mistake of accepting too many commissions at once, which became an issue that would grow in scale over time. But it's understandable why he would do this. I mean, rent's not going to pay itself, and he's got to feed himself somehow, and none of the jobs he was applying for were getting back to him. But shit really hit the fan when his computer shit the bed, resulting in him losing all of his data. This set him back not only in time, but also financially, as he had to pay for his laptop's repairs. This is where the amount of commissions he accepted really bit him in the ass, as it's what led to him being infamous around the art community. As his work kept getting pushed back, resulting in compounding stress on top of what he was already dealing with and disappointed clients, Sean slipped into depression.
I feel so bad for him. Damn.
Responsibility with commissions began getting out, although Sean acknowledged that his clients did have every right to complain. But strangely, concurrent with the rumors of his lackadaisical work ethic were rumors that Sean was taking the commissioner's money and blowing it all in gacha games, namely Fate Grand Order. Sean vehemently denied this aspect of the rumors about him, as he was using the money for basic amenities like rent and food. These incorrect rumors only worsened his ongoing depression. And if things couldn't get worse, 2020 rolled around, and due to circumstances that I'm sure we're all familiar with, it only made Sean's life even worse. He had to cancel his appearances at nerd and gaming events at his university, which would have been a good opportunity for him to make some more money to ease his financial troubles. Due to his lack of money, he was even evicted from his dingy, crappy apartment, forcing him to move into an even shittier hostel. Sean explains the experience thusly. 12 people, sharing an apartment space meant for 3 people.
I hate those
constant racism-based berating, lack of privacy, inability to work due to a lack of privacy, awful roommates, loneliness, and more depression. After 2 months living there, he was thankfully able to move out thanks to the kindness of a friend, and he has been improving mentally over the past 3 years. But the damage to his reputation has been done, and he certainly hasn't fully recovered yet. He's very aware of his poor reputation, but he can't really object because, well, they're kind of right. Even after understanding his poor living conditions and mental health, it still doesn't really...
sometimes it's hard.
Excuse Sean's irresponsibility.
But I'm wondering where Yaki is coming into this right now, you know? I'm like, okay, everything is quite shitty and all, but where's Yaki coming into this?
It's like a homeless person stealing food from someone. Sure, they're most definitely suffering more than the person they stole from, and it's something they needed to survive, but it still doesn't justify stealing from an innocent person. Speaking of those rumors, we finally arrive at where Yaki plays into all of this. Some of you may be ahead of me, but trust me, we'll get there in due time.
No worries.
As Sean recounts, they would interact casually from 2018 all the way until about 2022. He was venting to a friend about how to deal with online trolls and assholes when she butted in and said something to the effect of, "I hate it when people say stuff like this," and bringing up the rumors about him out of nowhere. I can't seem to find this tweet, even with my rigorous research, primarily due to his @Hormeya account getting suspended. Or maybe it has something to do with Yaki purging 32,000 tweets from her Twitter last May. While I wasn't able to find the tweet Sean talks about, I was able to find a Twitter thread that piqued my interest. The thread starts with a now deleted tweet I'm unable to locate, but Yaki responds with Blackberry. In response, a third person pleads with Yaki to take it easy. Yaki, it's really not best to pester him about this, genuinely. Why can everyone else point it out but me? Misogyny.
What?
I'm really sorry, but you were the first one I saw just now. Just trust me, it's not a spot he wants to revisit. Blame Andrew, he put it on my timeline. Of
What?
course, I'm not like blaming you. I just wanted to look out and prevent any issues because
What is she talking about?
Wouldn't know why he doesn't want to be pestered about it. I apologize if I seemed hostile about it. Yeah, you were extremely hostile for no reason. Delete the tweet then if it's such a huge issue.
What is she talking about?
Okay. The original tweet was from Sean, as we can clearly see here. So I'm not sure if this is related to the rumors, but it's something worth mentioning. Sean's Twitter was suspended last May, the same month that Aru, Ultima, and Hazel would speak out about their experiences with Yaki. Initially, he didn't have much to say other than support for those who spoke out, but that was until he began hearing rumblings that Yaki was involved in pushing the rumors surrounding him. He took to Twitter to write a thread briefly going over what I've already covered, basically a TLDR of the story. In the comments of his thread, Fidel replied, "Yeah, she told us countless times on call that you were a scammer, and you hadn't finished commissions and convinced us you were awful. I'm sure we're not the only group she said that to, with artist and friend Eurocrab backing him up on this." The same day that Aru came out with her Google Doc, a Twitter mutual who owned a Discord server for artists to connect and collaborate came to Sean.
So that's what happened. So she commissioned probably something, didn't get it. And even though she knew about the situation, she banned that everywhere.
Tell him that the real reason Sean was banned just mere hours after joining was because of Yaki ratting him out to the owner and getting him banned. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? As they chatted about it, it started to dawn on Sean that Yaki might be the person who started the, quote, spending money on gacha games rumor all those years ago. The next day, Sean began talking to Andrew, the guy mentioned a bit ago, on Discord about Yaki. "I think Yaki's the one that mainly spread the rumors that I spent commission money on gacha games instead of Red back in 2020. Oh yeah, she was. I remember that now. If that's the case, then I have an actual reason to dislike her. What, did she say I spent 200 or so from commissions on Skahawk and FGO? I don't remember, but I remember her talking about that.
Oh
it was
my
like, what
god.
if he spent money on gacha? Then it turned into, he spent money on gacha. I rolled for Skahawk and wailed for her back in 2017 when I wasn't disowned, and I didn't need to worry about rent. The only correct thing she said is that I'm slow on commissions, but everything else is fucking blatant bullshit. Where's the proof, lol? Ain't no proof. She just wants to believe
my god. Okay.
After this, Sean made the aforementioned thread.
She is the source of the rumor.
Putting his 2 cents out there led to him becoming reacquainted with Hazel, who revealed more. You're gonna want to sit down for this one, folks, because this shit's fucking insane. Hazel revealed that Yaki had actually been screenshotting and documenting tweets from Sean where he was quote-unquote e-begging. And according to this compilation, this can either vary from asking his followers for $16 to offering to sell something to complaining about being broke. Like, shit, man, I've been there before. It's even worse knowing what we know now. It's one thing for someone to e-beg, but it's a lot different when they live either in a shitty apartment alone or a cramped, shitty hostel with 12 other people asking for just a couple bucks because he has no family to ask for help. And the irony of Yaki putting in a tweet where Sean self-deprecatingly mentions that he had a dream where he went to Korea with his family but realized,
it's crazy.
Oh yeah, I have no money and I have no family. Like, Jesus fuck, dude, talk about poorly aged. And Yaki's only supporting evidence for her narrative that Sean spent commission money on FGO and this figure of Skahawk is him saying he spent money on gacha games in the past. Previously.
2018.
Past tense. In fact, thanks to my researching ability, and by that I mean punching in some words into Google, I have concrete evidence that refutes the claim that Yaki was seemingly setting up to make.
Really?
Sean states that he spent over $500 collectively on 2 characters in Fate Grand Order.
Yeah.
These tweets are from early 2018. The first character he spent money to pull was Skahawk, and the event where you could pull her was a Thanksgiving 2017 event.
Yeah.
As for the other character, Sean switched to the Japanese app, which is important to note since gacha game events and banners have a massive wait time between regions. In FGO's case, the wait is 2 whole years, and Sean states that he tried getting Jeanne d'Arc, Alter, referred to by fans as simply Jalter, in the Japanese app, and she was released in 2016. That was a whole 2 years prior, and the figure of Skahawk that Yaki attached to this Google Doc, that figure was released in August of 2018. Sean wasn't disowned until summer of 2019, that being when his financial troubles properly kicked off. This so-called evidence Yaki intended to show proving Sean was using commission money on gacha games doesn't hold weight at all.
Yeah, there's
Just the
quite
fact
some
someone would
time
not only
difference
make a
in
Google
between.
Doc containing such nothing burger instances of someone quote-unquote e-begging, which is actually mostly said person venting about their current life situation, but to also rope your significant other into it and get them to help maintain the Google Doc, as well, is genuinely psychotic behavior.
Yeah, it's crazy.
If I had to guess, I'm assuming she was probably gonna write some bullshit Google Doc expose about how Sean scams people for money to spend on gacha games. How ironic that would have been.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stop there. It gets better.
I guess.
Because not only was she making this Google document, not only was she talking shit behind the scenes to get him kicked out of Discord servers and telling people he's a scammer and to not work with him, but on top of all
God.
that, Yaki was using burner accounts on Twitter to fuck with Sean about the rumors. We only have Hazel's word to
Wait,
go off
what?
since the account.
So she bought accounts just to hate him. What?
Account is hard to locate currently, but contained in Sean's document is a screenshot of a tweet
Or is it
from
like
one
a
of
second
Yaki's
account,
burner
only
accounts,
one?
accusing Sean of scamming his clients. You know, if I had a nickel for every female content creator who got embroiled in controversy in mid-2023, who got exposed for using secret burner accounts to fuck with someone they unjustifiably hated,
Yeah.
I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't
Nice.
a lot, but I'm not done yet, because
Oh.
it gets worse, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no.
Because in addition to
Oh no.
all of that,
She's probably making some stupid statements. Oh no.
she's a goddamn hypocrite. Not only would she spend copious amounts of money at once to get one character in a gacha game, she spent more than what Sean did at once. And on top of that, she used the money she was supposed to use for rent on it.
Oh
you
no.
couldn't make this shit up if you fucking tried, dude. Yeah,
Oh, no.
smells a lot like projection on her
She's
part.
doing
Spread
the
rumors
same,
about
but
Sean being a
worse.
scam artist in order to ruin his reputation, but is actually the one who spends her rent money on gacha games. That's just the kind of person Yaki Risu
Wait, is this where those $700 went?
And Sean's story is truly just representative of just what's wrong
Wait,
with her.
which gacha game? She's
Sean
only
wraps
playing
up his
Pokemon.
document by summarizing how bad Yaki's actions were when you get a sense for the entire scale and understand his perspective. A guy who was disowned and abandoned by his family, falling into financial troubles, barely making ends meet, needing to sell his own personal belongings just to feed himself, living
Yeah.
in very poor conditions, and having the universe conspire against him with having his laptop crash like that.
Yeah,
Living
that's
like
crazy.
That is hell itself. But to have someone come along, A-log you, and maliciously spread untrue rumors about you to popular creators and public figures just to taint your reputation is a whole nother level of psychotic.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be upset with Sean and his irresponsibility, but Yaki took it to a degree it should have
But did
never
she commission something, or
And
why
for
is
what?
she hating him so much?
Nothing. Sean did nothing to Yaki. Certainly
What?
nothing worth having this much ire thrown his way. I would say this is kicking a man while he's down, but that's not even in the same league. When it comes to Yaki Risu and just the sheer amount of terrible
Wait,
shit
what?
just one person can commit, you couldn't ask for a better, more representative story to cap off this video than with that.
So she didn't commission anything. Oh no. What's going on now? Conclusion. Okay.
The fallout of the Yaki Risu story was felt pretty hard. Her name was trending for a solid 3 to 4 days on Twitter. She was pretty
Damn.
much the main character on the site over that period across every circle that was even vaguely aware of her. And even people who weren't even aware of who she was began chiming in due to just how far the allegations had spread. While a few were willing to defend her, most of the internet couldn't ignore the laundry list of poor experiences that many had with her. I mean, when 10 different
Yeah,
people come out
it's
in the
quite
span
some
of 3
people.
days, all with their own stories of someone being a shitty person, it's hard to shrug off the entire controversy as conjecture. And as if the entire internet being against her wasn't bad enough, the final nail in the coffin for Yaki came on June 2nd of 2023, when Alpharad, one of Yaki's close friends, and an incredibly popular YouTuber in his own right, went
Yeah.
live on his Twitch to address the litany of allegations surrounding his friend. Alpharad's name was mentioned somewhat frequently in Aru's story, and since Alpharad featured Yaki in much of his content, with an entire video of his putting her at the forefront,
Yeah.
people looked to Alpharad for a response. I would compare Alpharad's response to pulling teeth. It's very clear that Alpharad
What is
doesn't
this
want to make
game?
this stream, and you get this strong feeling that he really doesn't want to be here right now. And it's understandable given how close Yaki was to Alpharad and his friend group. And even despite Alpharad's close friendship with Yaki and his reluctance to speak on the matter, he wasn't going to run defense for Yaki either. In situations like this, it can be easy to be blinded by your own biases. So I commend Alfred's ability to empathize with those Yaki hurt despite it all.
This is what my statement said.
Yeah.
It said, regarding Yaki, I am sorry that I do not have the mental energy to put a full statement together, so
that's
I'm
fine.
just going to keep this brief. As you probably know, Yaki was a close friend of mine. However, that does not dismiss how she treated all of these brave people who have come forward and demonstrated a pattern of behavior from her that I will not support. I have read all the statements presented so far, but it will take a while for me to truly process them, given how close I was to her. Despite that, let it be known that I do not condone this behavior. I'm sorry that I do not have more to say.
That's fine.
Sign off,
That's fine.
I will no longer be working with Yaki in any capacity, and she will never be featured in any of my content on any of my channels going forward. Please be kind to each other.
And just like that, everything Yaki had built, the connection she made,
Stop it.
the
This-
branding she crafted,
My
the
eyes.
budding fan base she just barely began to cultivate, was washed away as the one person who was set to cement her career as a content creator disavowed her.
Yeah.
Kinda ironic considering she weaponized her connections with Alfred to hurt others. This is quite literally the textbook definition of reaping what you sow. Alfred's statement served as the final person to add to the conversation surrounding Yaki and the allegations that came forward during the time, being the punctuation to the discourse. Alfred's stream was the final nail in the coffin, but the coffin for Yaki's career as a content
she
creator was
deleted
fully
her
buried when she
Twitter.
deactivated her Twitter and Instagram accounts sometime either late on June 26th or early June 27th. Yaki might have had a slight chance to make a comeback if she was lucky enough, but purging her Twitter that had over 100,000 followers at its peak has sealed her fate. While her YouTube and Twitch pages remain up, it's likely they won't see much activity, at least not in the foreseeable future. Maybe
Should
she
we
might be biding her
Should we check it out? Nah.
time to make a comeback. Perhaps she intends to rebrand to give the VTubing thing another
Yeah,
shot.
probably.
But in all likelihood, this is probably where Yaki Risu's story ends. What else can be said about Yaki at this point? The controversy that erupted on Twitter was a complete spectacle in and of itself.
It's crazy.
Admittedly, it's a bit of a you just had to be there situation, but the controversy spread so disproportionately far and wide that everyone across the internet, even people outside of Yaki's community, were putting in
I
their
didn't
2
saw
cents,
that picture.
often at how taken aback they were at the sheer
It's-
scope of the
it's kinda
controversy
crazy.
and some of the
Like, what
things
should-
said.
did she
Perhaps
do
it's
there?
indicative of a larger phenomenon, but what I can say for certain is that everyone present was in awe at the utter catastrophe that unfolded. I mean, 11 Google Docs. 11.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, Yaki is far from the most sinister person online, but you have to be a seriously shitty person to have so many people not only have something worth writing a Google Doc about, but actively be willing to write it to begin with. Even the most genuinely rancid and fucked up individuals can't lay claim to that. But I, for one, am glad that everyone came forward to talk about their experiences with Yaki.
Yes.
I know that a lot of you out there have grown weary about what feels like constant controversy and allegations coming out about different creators. It can really suck to see someone whose content you enjoyed turn out to be a genuinely loathsome human being.
Yes,
or just
I
hate
feel that
how
one.
often things like this
There was one YouTuber I really enjoyed in Germany, but he got cancelled as well. And I was like, what? What? No way this is true. But, yeah.
happen. It's
I mean, I know that it's true in the end, but at the moment I was like, there's no way, you know, I was in disbelief.
become a, okay, what has this person done this time type of song and dance.
Mm.
But the way I see it, I'd rather have the truth come out than have it be suppressed so it doesn't go public.
Yeah.
That's truly the dichotomy that we face as viewers. Would you prefer to have the truth come out, no matter how unsightly it may be, or would you rather go on not knowing? The truth may seem obvious, but we're never aware when the choice is made. After all, it is not us that makes the choice. Because when you have a shitty track record as extensive as Yaki Risu's, it's inevitable that everything would come crashing down. Now we're just looking back in hindsight, as the name Yaki Risu turns into nothing more than a distant memory left behind. But if there's one thing worth remembering, it's the award Alfred gave her.
Damn. Damn. That's quite a reward to have. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. This is crazy. This is crazy. So now we know what's our conclusion. There are VTubers who are going out of line, who are getting out of line, who are definitely not good persons, but that's probably what you have in the norming streaming space at all. So yeah, I don't know. I think as a full VTuber, like if she wouldn't have shown her face, I think she could have gotten easier away though. That's the only conclusion that I have at the moment. Like, yeah, VTubers are, in the end, they are still kind of people. So there's a lot of room for mistakes. And sometimes mistakes that are just related to you as a being, if I can say it like that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm also feeling a little bit tired, to be honest. I don't know if I can do the Japanese learning today. It was quite a long walking day. And then yeah, I don't know. Probably not. But I will see. Maybe we can do it on Monday. Let's do it on Monday instead. I think that should be manageable. And then we will skip today, and on Monday we will have it instead. I don't know what we will have for meme day yet. I'm not sure if I will do something for the Goomba, or if we will do with other videos that I saved. But yeah, let's see. Feel free, if you're still watching, feel free to let me know what you want for the next meme day, or the meme day in 2 weeks. Okay, anyway, thank you for watching. I will probably go to sleep really soon. I will go earlier to sleep today. Or, you know, be in bed until I'm able to sleep. Yeah, wait, this sounds like I have some really big sleeping problems. Like, I meant like walking on stuff on the side and then getting so tired that I'm just going to sleep. That's probably not the healthiest way to go to sleep, but I do it sometimes. But yeah, anyway, I'm talking too much. So thanks for watching, and for today we will end it. We will probably catch up with Japanese on Monday. And yeah, thanks for watching again, and Ryuwu. Bye bye.